I discovered a new word today, psychogenic, in the context of giving up the will to live. In reference to patients, of course. If I am a doctor, then I have a patient. And the patient is unresponsive. So what does psychogenic mean? Originating in the mind or in mental or emotional conflict. So Wikipedia has an entry on psychogenic disease. A psychogenic disease is a disease in which mental distresses cause physical symptoms of different diseases. I'm not going to read any more, but you get the idea. You basically lose the will to live. 5 signs of giving up the will to live. A lack of motivation or willpower can do a lot of damage to our lives, but most of us only suffer of it in small bouts from time to time. But what if giving up on life resulted in death? Sadly, in some cases, it can happen, and it's called psychogenic death. As intense as it is, psychogenic death can be prevented as long as people know what signs to look out for. And even though it's been around for a long time, new research has shed some light about how these unexplainable deaths might happen even in healthy people. In this article, we're going to find out more about psychogenic death, from the science behind it to the stages that contribute to it. What is psychogenic death? Tiffany asks whether it can cause physical pain. Okay, I'll read a bit more about it. It says, the manifestation of physical symptoms without biologically identifiable causes results from disruptions of processes in the brain from psychological distress. During a psychogenic disease, neuroimaging has shown that neural circuits affecting functions such as emotion, executive functioning, perception, movement, and volition are inhibited. These disruptions become strong enough to prevent the brain from voluntarily allowing certain actions, for example, moving a limb. When the brain is unable to signal to the body to voluntarily perform an action, physical symptoms of a disease are presented even though there's no biological identifiable cause. Examples of diseases that are believed by many to be psychogenic include psychogenic seizures, psychogenic polydipsia, psychogenic tremor, and psychogenic pain. So examples are when asthma can be exacerbated by anxiety. I think when I was reading Jane Austen, Sense and Sensibility, they were talking about psychosomatic diseases. So I think we're talking about diseases of the mind when it's, when it's basically lost the will to live, even though they're apparently, you can't find anything physically wrong with a body, or a doctor wouldn't be able to find any, symptoms of trauma or disease. So people can literally lose the desire to survive, and I see all the signs of it all the time. It's like, the obvious thing to do is, X, and they're not interested. Anyway, what is psychogenic death? Many of us will remember stories of old couples who die within hours of each other from grief, and films often show people dying simply from a broken heart. It seems that their loved one's death leaves them with nothing to hold on to, no purpose or reason to live anymore, so they let go and give in to death. Is it that their experience has such an impact on them that they can't seem to find an escape, leaving only one fatal option to end their pain? Unfortunately, there's no explanation or physical reason for their death. It's an emotional and mental death, which is also called giving up itis. GUI. A study found that people can die in as little as 3 days in the wake of a traumatic life event if they cannot see a way to overcome it. The term give up titus was invented during the Korean War when those being held prisoner ceased to speak, stopped eating, and died quickly. He also mentions that psychogenic death isn't considered to be the same as suicide, nor is it linked to depression. So what causes people to die from giving up on life? If it's not to do with depression and there are scientific reasons for them to give up so drastically, what causes psychogenic death? It's generally believed that trauma is the main cause of psychogenic death because the sheer amount of stress leads a person to accept death as a way of coping. Many cases of psychogenic death can be seen in prisoners of war who have faced a lot of physical and psychological damage. Accepting death is their way to end their trauma and pain. It has been noted for people who've undergone surgery and believe that it was unsuccessful. In one case, a man still had back pain after surgery, and he thoroughly believed that the surgery hadn't worked. He died the next day, and the toxicology, autopsy, and histopathologic showed no signs as to the cause of death. What is the science behind psychogenic death? According to Dr. Leach, although these types of deaths seem inexplainable, it may be something to do with a change in a frontal subcortical circuit of the brain, more specifically the anterior cingulate circuit. This particular circuit is responsible for higher level cognitive functions, which include things like decision-making, motivation, and goal-orientated behavior. And Dr. Leach says, severe trauma might trigger some people's anterior cingulate circuit to malfunction. Motivation is essential for coping with life, and if that fails, apathy is almost inevitable. The circuit is also associated with dopamine, which is essential for regulating stress reactions and promoting motivation. Because of this imbalance and the changes of the anterior cingulate, the person can lose the will to even survive because their motivation levels hit an all-time low. Even basic needs such as eating, bathing, and interacting with others appear to be given up on, and people end up forming a vegetative state of mind and body. The 5 stages of giving up itis. They are the 5 stages that a person goes through when they experience a psychogenic death. And it is important to note that intervention can take place at each stage and potentially save the person from dying. 1. Social withdrawal. The first stage of GUI tends to happen straight after psychological trauma. For example, in prisoners of war, Dr. Leach believes that this is a coping mechanism, resisting outward emotional engagement so that the body could focus on its emotional stability. If left unaddressed, the person will start to experience extreme withdrawal from outside life and may experience the following: listlessness, apathy, reduced emotions, self-absorption. 2. Apathy. Apathy is a state which happens when a person loses all interest in socializing or having a life. Put simply, they stop caring about everyday things, even their passions and interests. Signs of apathy include a lack of energy or motivation to do normal everyday activities, having zero interest in experiencing new things or meeting new people, little to no emotion, not caring about their problems, relying on other people to plan their life out. Interestingly, apathy doesn't fall under the category of depression, even though both have similar effects. In the case of apathy, the person just doesn't feel anything. Their whole motivation towards life is lost. 3. Abulia. The third stage in psychogenic death, abulia, which makes a person lose all desire to look after themselves, Dr. Leach explains. An interesting thing about abulia is that it appears to be an empty mind or a consciousness devoid of content. People at this stage who have recovered describe it as having a mind like mush, or of having no thought whatsoever. In abulia, the mind is on standby and a person has lost the drive for goal-generated behavior. Signs of abulia include being emotionally indifferent, losing the ability to speak or move, not having any goals or plans for the future, a lack of effort and productivity, avoiding socializing with others. 4. Psychic akinesia. In this phase, people become in a state of existence, but they're barely holding on. They're completely apathetic by this point and may even lose the ability to feel intense pain. Signs of psychic akinesia include a lack of thought, motor deficit, the inability to move, insensitivity to extreme pain, reduced emotional concern. In this state, people can be found lying in their waste or not even reacting when being physically abused. They basically become a shell of a person. Finally, 5. Psychogenic death. The final stage in GUI is death itself, and it normally happens 3 to 4 days after psychic akinesia kicks in. Dr. Leach uses the example of cigarettes smoked by prisoners in concentration camps. Cigarettes were very valuable, often used to barter for food or other essentials, so when a prisoner smoked their cigarette, it was a sign that death was closing in. When a prisoner took out a cigarette and lit it, their campmates knew the person had truly given up, had lost faith in their ability to carry on, and would soon be dead. He goes on to explain that even though it seems like a little spark of life left in the smoking, that there's a little spark of life left in the smoking of the cigarette, it's actually the opposite. It appears briefly as if the empty mind stage has passed and has been replaced by what can be described as goal-directed behavior. But the paradox is that while a flicker of goal-directed behavior often takes place, the goal itself appears to have become relinquishing life. The prisoner achieved their goal and could then go on to die. This stage includes a complete disintegration of the person, and very little can be done to pull them back to life. Different types of psychogenic death. Psychogenic death isn't a one-size-fits-all situation. There are many reasons why people might start giving up the will to live, and what affects one person might affect another in a much more harmful way. Also, trauma isn't the only cause of psychogenic deaths. Things such as strong beliefs in black magic or deprivation of affection can also make people give up on life. Let's look into this in a bit more detail. Voodoo deaths. One of the reasons why voodoo deaths can be classed as psychogenic deaths is because, for some people, the belief in black magic is extremely strong. So strong that they can become fixated on it if they believe they've been cursed. And in time, this can cause death because the person expects it to become true. In the case of voodoo deaths, people who feel that they're cursed often experience incredible levels of fear. Anyone who has played the Ouija board will know what I'm talking about, but also curses that come out of hatred and jealousy from others. In 1942, physiologist Walter B. Cannon published his finding on voodoo-related deaths. In it, he relays a concept of psychogenic death some scientists have come to refer to as a Hound of Baskerville effect, whereby individuals convinced of some bad omen or curse literally stress their bodies to the point of death. And whilst not everyone believes in black magic, there are still many countries where it's seen as a serious subject and one to fear. This belief then makes it all the more real, and the person begins to shut down out of fear or stress. Hospitalism. The term hospitalism was mainly used in the 1930s as an explanation for children who died after spending long periods in the hospital. Pediatricians believe that the children passed away not through being malnourished or sick, but from a lack of attachment to their mother, and as a result, very little affection. The intense separation and feeling of abandonment from their family had such a profound effect on the children that they began to resist basic needs such as eating or drinking, basically giving up on life. Regaining your personal power. Okay, maybe I should read the intervening paragraph. Can it be cured? Although it sounds pretty hopeless, psychogenic death can be prevented as long as intervention happens as quickly as possible. One of the most important factors in prevention is to give the person reasons to live, as well as helping them gain back their perception of having full control over their life. And of course, whatever trauma they experience in the past needs to be dealt with professionally so that the person can begin to heal their wounds and put the past firmly behind them. Reversing the give-up-itis slide towards death tends to come when a survivor finds or recovers a sense of choice, of having some control, and tends to be accompanied by that person licking their wounds and taking a renewed interest in life. Other things that may help someone who is experiencing psychogenic death include having a social life, increasing healthy habits, having future goals, the use of medication in some cases, addressing dysfunctional beliefs. Yes. Dysfunctional beliefs, indeed. So it gives you seven um, reasons to live. I'm just going to find them. Oh, I don't want to read it to you, but I can't be bothered. They didn't number it properly, did they? Okay, it's all sort of feel-good stuff. I see your 7 of you are there. Tiffany, your male, your boyfriend who kept having these seizures. I bet it was a nightmare. But you know, when you come to the end of a relationship, do you think you ever think I should have ended it sooner? I should have never even started it, and all that sort of thing. Um, or I often ask people if they think, well, was there a time when you knew you should have ended it, but you didn't, and then things. I mean, can people tell? I mean, I don't really know. I mean, I haven't got anybody like that in my life. But maybe I'm, a figure in like that in somebody else's life, I know I can be infuriating. All right. So sometimes people do just want to die, and I suppose we can all imagine ourselves in situations like that. Um, I think it's more forgivable in people who don't have children. You said, yeah, okay, well, you're going to die childless. You have nothing to live for because you know. Um, so you think the more of a stake you have in society, the more you may want to hold on to life. And the less of a stake in society you have, I guess it's easier to let go. Um, I think people who who have participated in politics, you would expect that they would have a or would feel that they have a stronger hold in life, if they've given up anything to do their politics. You wouldn't expect them to, be indifferent or, just say it doesn't matter. But there's no telling with people. I mean, I like to think that what I do is, kind of makes sense. That my actions follow my words, and my words follow my thoughts, and that in a way I am tediously predictable. I run like clockwork. And I think what the West is suffering from is a kind of autoimmune disease. So and that's why it can't defend itself. For anything, you can, um, they really can't defend themselves. And then when you tell them what's wrong, they don't want to change. It's like that. Even those who are fathers and mothers with children can't get through. They don't care, or they don't think it's bad enough. But any thought, any analysis of the past and the future and predictions for the future should tell them that the outlook ain't rosy, um, and things are going to get worse unless people say something, but they're too afraid even to say something. And most pathetic of all is that they can't even enter into a dialogue. They don't want to answer questions. They don't want to hear certain topics discussed. And so it's difficult to tell whether they're doing it on purpose or because they're just stupid. And then perhaps it doesn't matter, if you're really that stupid, or if you're really that scared, if you're really that, if you can't do the obvious thing, you can't think the obvious thought, then something is, deeply wrong. Particularly after I've explained it for so many times. But then I suppose there might be a hope that, I'm really wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about because nobody listens to me. And, all the bigger channels that, they've got more people and they like to talk the same old shit. And there's no development. It's just a kind of repackaging of the same old shit. Oh, you want to come on? You want to come on? Great. Nice to talk to you. I'm a quite well-oiled machine. Hi, Diana. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, nice to see your face at last.
Oh, you haven't seen it before?
No, I only saw the avatar, which was a panda or something.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I use that a lot. I sometimes do use this photo, but or other photos. It depends on how high the waves of paranoia are, or is the attacks.
What you're afraid people might follow you and stuff? Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
well,
I'm sure you have experienced that as well. Just the meanies, the mean people on here.
yeah. But I think after a while, you get accustomed to them and you don't even notice them anymore. I just find that as I carry on doing this, I'm actually really quite calm. When previously I would just that there'd be a some kind of tension that I would feel before, and I
Yes,
suppose
you get used to it. I understand what you are saying. So you grew a thick skin in a way.
yes, yeah, and you become calmer about these things. So, but I know, it can be deeply upsetting if it's the first time, that people can be so mean and hate you so much over nothing at all. And
Over nothing, exactly. Over an opinion, over a perspective, over my belief system, and they put hate on me for that. So that is actually pretty new to me. I'm not used to that at all in real life. And when I say new, I mean I'm 43, and the first time I've experienced it is here on YouTube, that people just start to be very mean just over opinions. That's a little bit strange. So yeah.
but I suppose in politics, people do define themselves over their opinions, and that would be a kind of, well, should I attack you, or should I see you as a friend? And it's almost like a sort of computer game, those sort of shoot and kill computer games, like which ones should you kill and which ones should you spare, and that kind of thing. Um,
Yeah, you
that's
can
what
you
I
can
feel anyway.
yeah, you can look at it like that if you want, but my life isn't a shooting game where it is about killing and surviving. I'm more moderate, as you know. So I just think, I mean, you and me, we don't agree on a lot of things, but I still feel respect for a lot of things you have inside of you. So I just respect you for your opinion, your intellect, and all these things. So there's no need for me. If I disagree with you, why would I attack you? I mean, debating is an art, right? It's an
Yes.
art. And getting emotional over it, over an opinion, when it comes to political views, the debate is pretty much over if you go down to a certain level.
But the people who post these things, they are, well, low status men with little education and few, well, no accomplishment, and their behavior suggests that's all they can think of to do if given the power of the internet and anonymity, that they can, just be rude to people, and this gives them a sense of power.
You see, I did try to look at it like that, like exactly the way you explained it, and just say, these are just evil people. They are low educated. They have no self control. It's the only way they can do it. And they want to do it. They are unhappy with their own lives. And that's why they come at people the way they do on here. And they feel like heroes. I think there's a, I've read that in the chat room, keyboard warriors or something like that. But
Hmm.
I think that is too simple, because most of these people, they do have their thoughts, and they maybe do feel that they are very real and raw, and they just communicate on a different level, and it's very, let's say, pure. It's very direct, and I'm not 100% used to that. Although I call myself a direct person, I still carry more respect for humans in me, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I tend not to. attack people for, their particular characteristics, for being, male or female or gay or whatever. Maybe sometimes there's a lapse, but um, what was I going to say? There are people who just enjoy that because they think, if you're female, then you would hate to be called fat or ugly or old or, or a cat lady. I mean, they kind of work out what a woman would hate, and if a man would hate having a small penis. So, there's this kind of, standard selection of insults, kind of picked to suit our race and gender and, that kind of thing. So, but then there are trolls who know you, and who like, who kind of can refine it, like, well, I know exactly what you are, and I can think of all the things that, I can say to really annoy you. I think of Colin Colenso particularly because he's an educated man. He's an Australian, and he's sort of, done a few things in his life, but his comments are deliberately intended to cause distress, you know. So it's I guess an interesting psychological exercise to see how the minds of certain people work, in the way of, just wanting to cause maximum distress, but as long as you don't care
Yes,
per
and it's
se.
just triggering people. And I agree with what you just said. It's easy to trigger a woman when you call her fat or old or run down or whatever it is. And
Mhm.
of course, I don't define myself over my look. I actually think I never really did that. If I was born now and grew up now and was in a teenage age now, have I might would have problems with the TikTok and Instagram and all these beautiful women in my face all the time with the long legs and all the filters, you know.
Mhm.
Um, but I think, I mean, there was a time when I went out to a discotheque or whatever, and yes, of course, I got dressed up and high heels and made sure that my boobies are in the right position. So of
Mhm.
course, I went out as a woman, right? What
Mhm.
women do. But when it comes to people, if I look back now with 43, I still have old friends which I have known since my teenage age, and they're really my friends. They know me in and out, and I'm still in contact with them, and they know who I really am. And I think that is the most important thing.
Yeah, I mean, people who know who you are reinforce your own identity. I think, they make them more yourself because they remember things about you a long time ago, and because if you never knew the same person for long enough through your life, your own self-image must be, well, unconfirmed, because the important periods of your life you don't remember, when you got married, who attended your wedding, which kid, all that kind of thing. So you kind of need somebody there to sort of remind you that, they were there at your birthday, at your wedding, at somebody else's funeral, or whatever it is that people remember.
Yes, don't forget, I'm not married, right? I'm one of these people.
Okay.
I
Um,
I call, I call, I do live with a man, the Englishman from Yorkshire. For the
yes.
last 12 years, we have two kids together, but
Uh-huh.
we never married because a
Uh-huh.
piece of paper in the drawer doesn't change anything between us. And I didn't christen or baptize my kids. I think I told you that before, didn't I?
Yes, I remember you telling us that.
Hmm.
Yes.
So I'm
But
one of
I
these
mean,
people.
not. I wasn't really referring to being married necessarily, but I mean, obviously, if you would, because no, what you said, your girlfriend, and they go back a long way. So girlfriends who go back a long way become, in a way, like sisters, right? Because they knew you from when you were a child, and you have a lot of stuff to go back on, and and that, I suppose, is quite comforting, because you you think it's unlikely of them not to speak to you ever again, while the person you've just met, you're more likely to never speak to them again.
Do you know what I like? When they say something like, "Oh, Diana, you have always been like that. That was always, this is the way you are, Diana." So although, yeah, I surely and clearly have developed, my personality has developed. I have settled on certain beliefs and opinions and all these things. Although I class myself still as open-minded, I am who I am now. I don't think a human being is ever coming to the point where they don't learn anymore and don't develop anymore. But I don't think in 10 years' time I will be a totally different person than I'm now. But I would say, compared to when I was 16 or 20, I am a very different person now. But maybe, or not maybe, I know that the key personality points in me are still there. And I mean the good things, probably the bad things as well. Um, and I like that, which means I I do know that I have become part of the system. I'm functioning. I've obeyed to a lot of things happening. I'm part of society and all these things, but I haven't really lost myself, and I also don't feel as if I have lost myself. I've just my lifestyles have changed, or my lifestyle has obviously changed over the years. It's a difference if you are 25, have your backpack and travel the world and be single and selfish and just live the moment whenever you can, or having a structure, your work, your kids, every day is very similar and you need to function. It's different, but I'm still, in a way, deep down, the same person.
Yes.
Maybe you are as well. Do you think you are as well? If you look back at yourself when you were 16, 25, 35?
I have more or less the same interests, I think, or the same. Yeah, I don't feel like I am a different person, if that's what you mean. Although, maybe I'm better behaved, and but no, I don't feel I am a really different person. But I have changed my views on quite a few things.
Yeah.
That would surprise my younger self, I imagine.
Can you or would you like to tell me like two examples of where you have changed your views dramatically compared to when you were younger?
On liberalism and Islam, I would say.
Mm-hmm. So you have changed it, or you have more?
I used to regard myself as a liberal. I even at one time thought of myself as a libertarian, and I used to be an Islamophobe.
And if you look back, can you understand the process which happened? Do you know, was it key moments? Was it books you read? Was it talks you had? Can you figure it out, like if you self-reflect how this change happened?
Well, liberalism was the mainstream thing, so I thought if I lived in the West, I might as well be liberal, and um, and Islam, I suppose I saw it as new and different and threatening and alien, and didn't particularly like it, and then there was 9/11, and I read a bit more about it and developed my ideas a bit. Um, and then I studied a bit of Judaism and how they think, and actually the whole thing does make sense. And so I guess if you think you know what's happening, then you're less upset and insecure, I suppose.
I think you are a little bit older than me, maybe 10 years older. I don't know. It's just a guess. So 9/11 was 20 years ago, right? So 20 years ago, you started to look at things differently and new. And now you have settled, and not only settled, you feel so comfortable with the views you have developed for yourself that you think, um, I mean, I don't even know. I don't want to put it the wrong way. I don't know if you want to convince people or if you want to make people think about the solutions you came up with in your mind, which would be good for the future on this planet or the Western world? How would you describe it? What is the purpose?
Both, of course. In order to persuade people to adopt my solution, I would have to persuade them. I don't think I can do one without the other. I would have to persuade people. I can't just say, here it is, you have to have it. You have no
Yeah,
choice.
yeah. Well, I
I,
sometimes think what I find amazing is you go live and you pretty much, in a way, talk about the same things. I don't mean that in a bad way. What I want to say is it's a very, very big topic in your life. So okay, I need to reword it because I don't think you repeat yourself all the time. That's not what I'm saying. But it's one topic and it has side topics and you cover it every single day, which means when you are not live and doing your live streams, you surely are looking for new input about it or are defining and sharpening your thoughts and look at the subject and come on here and talk about that and connect it with your main subject. So this is really having, that's my assumption though, a very, very big place in your life now, right? In your thoughts.
oh yeah, I wouldn't deny that. I mean, people have said to me, all discussions with you lead to secular quranism. So it's like I don't think, but I wasn't even talking about it. You said it first. I wasn't even thinking about that. So I suppose I should take that as a sign of success. I mean, most of the time, I genuinely wasn't even thinking about it. But the person I'm talking to, thought about it first and said it first.
Yes, I said it. But maybe if you look at this planet, we have 8 billion people living on this planet. Maybe no one else thinks about this topic as much as you do. Have you ever
Well,
thought about that?
it's my baby, so yes, I would be
It's
thinking
your
about
baby. But just imagine who can, I mean, that's what I find a little bit fascinating. And I told you when I was on here last time that that you have found your gap. This is your baby, as you say it. And who can say that you have a topic in your life which you probably are the person who's thinking about it in an intensive way more than anybody else on this planet.
yeah, yes, I suppose so.
Wow. Wow. I
I
mean, that's like winning a gold medal in Olympics. You know, you have the fastest man on the planet, and you have you, who is who is like totally involved with this subject like nobody else on this planet. I can say about myself, I have no specific topic in my mind following me every day, which is somehow rare or unique or so special. So in a way, you earn a reward for that. Although I don't mean that bad. I'm not making fun of you. I hope you understand that.
no, I'm not offended at all. Um, well, I suppose because it is my idea and I want to promote it. I mean, it would only be natural for me to think about it, and I suppose metaphorically circle the walled city that is keeping secular Quranism out. So I guess I kind of do my rounds, around the city walls, you know, and think of
Have you
how
ever
to.
tried? Have you ever tried in the London area to create something like make some advertisement and build not really a round table, but like a debating table where we have debating tables here in Germany a lot, where you meet every second Wednesday in the same cafe at 6 o'clock Wednesday night, and the subject is whatever, atheism or climate change or name it, right? And it's an open debating table, and people which are interested in that subject but maybe don't have friends they can talk about this subject with, they go to that table, meet people which are interested in the same topic, and they just talk about it. It's like a hobby.
I think that you might have heard of meetup groups. meet up. You would organise all these little groups that you might meet in pubs and things. I used to be a member, but I suppose it's just easier to sit at home and do it through the internet, which is what I do. I mean, lately I've been doing more meeting of people at Speakers Corner, so that's also quite fun. And yeah, I mean, I do introduce it into a conversation, with people I know who are interested in politics. And also, I guess, the people I see would be interested in politics, and, most of them, because that's how we would meet in the first place. And, but my topic is not like, the mainstream topics that people want to talk about. It's I suppose quite difficult to discuss, and a lot of people just really don't like it.
Yes, here comes another assumption. It's an assumption though, but if I can imagine that it's hard to find random people out there or people and you drop that topic on the table to keep them interested in. Some maybe have never heard about it before, and then when you come with Islam, they're maybe like, They turn around and rather have another beer or something, right? And
Uh,
you are on such a high level. How can you find somebody easily who is even able to give something back? Like me, you and me, we can't talk about the topic where you are the winner anyway when it comes to knowledge, because I don't know anything about it. So I can't really inspire you and give you something that makes you think, because you've thought about everything already, and I'm just a very beginner at it. And I won't even get into that topic.
well, I mean, if you really wanted to get into it, you would have to read the book and then say, "Oh, I don't like this verse and that verse," and whatever. So, but most people can't even do that. You can give them a copy of the Quran, but they won't read it, because they're full of hate. So they can't, even do a simple thing, or they're just not the kind of people who can read a book from beginning to end. Not even
Yes.
their own books that they buy for themselves. They can't even do that.
Yes, you have many people of them. And I've told you on the last live stream that I will read the Quran one day, and I will do it just for fun. But I mean, I am not scared of 1,000 pages. I like historical romans, and they are really big books. So if I
Mm.
get into a book, I finish it really quickly, and then I can't read for 2 months or a month because I've swallowed that book. But I'm not scared of a lot of pages. So, but this is not a topic I'm really interested in, but I will read it because I think it's a book you should have read, actually.
Well,
I have,
I think people should it should be like the Bible, and and it be in every educated person's library bookshelf is what I'm trying to say.
mm, I have a book laying here. One of my friends sent it to me because of her work and my work,
Hmm.
actually. It's only 150 pages or whatever. I haven't touched it yet. It's about male Muslims in Germany and the
Hmm.
identity crisis. And it got written by a male um, Muslim social worker
Hmm.
who explains how he grew up and the role of the man and the role of the woman. And although he was part of the German education system, how he's a Turkish guy, how he still yeah got educated by his parents and in the Muslim education, and he is talking about the fact that a lot of the males get I haven't read it yet, so it's only what my friend told me and sent me it and said read it,
Hmm.
that a lot of the men in our society can't fulfill what the parents want for them because they didn't get the education really. So they are pretty much lost. They are lost in both cultural systems. They
Mhm.
have an identity crisis, and they don't find a way because they aren't educated enough, or they haven't identified their self or
Yeah.
defined their self enough, that they can't feel like a real man. And this is haunting them for till they get, married, and they just don't know what kind of man to be, and how to fit in and have both, whatever, combined in
Yeah.
them.
I can imagine it's harder for men. I mean, when you talk like that, it's so much obvious how much harder it is for men. Because not only do they have to kind of fit into the culture, they have to get a job that might get that will make them a marriageable prospect. Well, a woman, I guess, doesn't have to do so much to become, to be married. Because I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's the first step in being grown up. That somebody wants to marry you, somebody thinks you might be okay to spend the rest of their life with, or something. You know, and that would be the first step to becoming like their parents. I think. I
Yes,
mean,
but it's a
instinctively,
different
it's like,
generation, and they can't really become like their parents because it's not possible anymore. Because
hmm
the full society has developed, and then it's this, well, whom do I want to be? I remember he was a German guy, and he created a project in the city I work in. And because I do work with people with a migration background, he rang me one day and said, "Look, I want to create like a talk circle for Muslim men and speak about manhood." And I'm like, "All right." And he asked me, "Do you know guys which would like to do it?" And I'm like, "Well,
what non-Muslim men, or just men of any
only
kind,
only Muslim men,
right?
and talk about the identity crisis they are in." Um, but
I'm the
yeah,
expert. I'm the expert on masculinity. I know it's silly of me to say that,
yeah,
isn't
yeah.
it?
And the funny thing is, the guy who's running that project is a German. He has a doctor title in that subject, and thought he can put his theories, and create this group. And I said to him, "Look, I can do you the favor and ask some of the people I know, some of my network partners, some of my customers, but I can tell you right now that this won't work. It
Yeah,
won't
but
work."
because they're shy. Men are shy to talk about these things to strangers,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the
So
equivalent of talking about, oh, I don't know, periods, or whatever. You know.
yes, and they won't come. I mean, I don't know, Christian men wouldn't do that. They wouldn't come and sit in a group, and the only thing they have in common is being Christians, and then they sit there and talk about how is it these days with us being a man in this modern society, and they wouldn't open up. They would. It's like being with a psychologist, right? It's hard
Yeah,
enough
yeah,
for them to decide, oh, I might want to see a psychologist and talk about the crisis I feel I'm in. It's one
mm.
thing, but then go into a group and talk about these personal feelings connected to the manhood. Obviously, it never worked. It never worked. And yeah, so that's just ridiculous. That's not the way it works.
Yeah,
I don't
because
know.
really, when they want to talk about masculinity, they're complaining about us, right? Because I can't imagine any man who wonders about his masculinity isn't really thinking about, well, why don't women like me? What's wrong with me, kind of thing. And of course, they're not going to admit that to other men, because for
Exactly.
them, masculinity is getting girls. That's the only aspect of getting girls that they care about. And I think, actually, a way for your friend to get round that problem is to get a woman, they may be you, to say, I'll tell you how to be a man. And then they feel like they want to come and talk to a woman. How dare she tell us how to be a man? And then they'll come if you want to help your friend. Because really, I think we can think, okay, I think it is really the members of the opposite sex who have a right to say, well, if he's a man, it's like, well, I want my women to be like this, like that, and the other, and women also, they say, well, I want my man to be, X, Y, and Z. I mean, otherwise, who cares what you want, as a woman? It's like, unless you're useful to us, we don't care how you look. And the only thing that we would, be interested in you with, it is to, if is, I mean, apart from employment, it would be, as a marriage partner. And that is a relationship that both men and women are interested in. So, cut to the chase and
Yeah, but
talk about it.
I have male friends, and when I talk to them and they open up and talk really open to me,
Mhm.
and what they all say is when they talk to their male friends, it's like they sit there and it's like you say, they complain about the women or the situation they are in, and then they just say she is, have a beer together, and swallow it, right? But in reality, they want to have advice, they want to be listened to. So I listen to them, and then I put my female perspective out and discuss that with them and show them my perspective. And if you have superficial men out there, but you also have very you have thinkers out there, and all men carry hearts. And I feel it shameful, or I think it's shameful that they can't show their hearts anymore, right? Their weaknesses, because they get eaten alive, because it's not manly to feel, I don't know, to feel weak in a moment or to worry. It's not
Well,
masculine
they
to
can't show it
worry.
to us, but maybe they can show it to somebody, some other man that they trust, right?
No, they show it to me. I have had
Because
that.
they trust you.
Yes, they trust me. Because I don't laugh at them for it. I love when a man opens up to me. And I would
Mm-hmm.
never, ever betray him with that. Because it's a gift. When somebody opens up to me and puts it all on the table, it's a gift.
Yes.
The gift of trust, honesty, and then you can have deep conversations in the superficial world. I live
Yes.
for that. I live for that. I love that.
Me too.
It's rare. It's my old people I have that with. But I love that. My ex-boyfriend, who was the man I was with from 15 to 20, um, I was the first one he rang when he decided to leave his wife. So he said, I still was in contact with him all the time. Um, I knew her and all that, but I was his friend. Um, so he rang me and said, you are the first one I ring. When do you have time? And I say, do you want me to drop everything now, or shall we meet tonight? So we met that night and got drunk together and had like a 7-hour conversation. So that's what I love about humans, right?
Mhm.
I love that. I don't know. Um, I can be friends with men without ending up in bed with them. I certainly can do that. I can get drunk with men without having any sexual thoughts, nothing. It's just humans meeting, humans with a
Yes.
different gender, right? Mm.
Yes.
I don't
I think it.
treat. Hmm?
Sorry. Please finish.
Yeah, I'm just not a cheater. I would never do anything to the partner I'm with. So I was always allowed to go anywhere I want and meet anyone I want because I wouldn't do anything ever.
Hmm.
And I can say that. And I mean that.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I don't want that. I don't want that done to me. I
We're
want,
two of a
and I
kind.
don't, yeah, and I don't believe that, I don't believe that if a man and a woman meet, that it always ends up with that. It doesn't. If the man A lot of men just wants to have really good conversations, like really good ones, because they need to function all day as well, and so do I. So if you meet a real true friend and you have like really good conversations, that's worth everything.
Yes, and I think your um, male partners probably think, well, Diana is entertaining enough in her own right. She's not, flibberty gibbered who would, any man would be bored with and want to have sex with because he can't think of anything to say to her next, you know. So I'm sure that that is one of the reasons why they think you wouldn't be having sex with any man you were meeting because you would be able to just converse with them and be quite worth talking to.
Yeah, but the truth is, when the men are drunk at one stage, they do say something like, "Oh, Diana, what do you think?" And but then it's a way like, "How do you deal with it?" And then I say, "What? 15-minute sex that destroys our friendship and my
Mm,
relationship and everything? No, thank you."
mm, mm.
It's just, yeah, no, it's not, it's
It's
not
not
that.
worth it.
Yeah,
Unless it's irresistible. I mean, the thing is, it has to be at least irresistible for you to do it, right?
yeah, yeah.
But so many people have casual sex. I mean, in the sense that they don't even enjoy it. They think, oh, it's expected. It's like, I don't know, having dessert after your main course or something like that. You
Yes,
know.
a 15-minute dessert. Great. No, thank you. But what is interesting, I had okay. I'm sure I don't know if I told you before. Since 2015, I've been looking after two Syrian refugees, two brothers. And the he's now 30. I think he was 25 back then. And he wasn't a real refugee, though. When he was studying in Aleppo, but he grew up in Dubai. But he had a
Mhm,
Syrian passport, so he finished school in Dubai, then went to Aleppo, and he obviously still had family in Aleppo, went to university, the bombing started, and he went back to Dubai to his parents. But when he was at university, he had a girlfriend who stayed in Aleppo. And they then got married without him even being there. Yeah. So it was
mhm,
obviously a contract between the parents. They got married. She celebrated the marriage with her family, but he wasn't there. And
mhm,
then he was working in Dubai, working at Sky News, and realized that it's now easy to get to Europe. Got on the plane, flew to Germany, and asked for asylum, saying, "I'm a Syrian refugee."
mhm,
Mm. And because he spoke perfectly English, because he worked for Sky News, his brother spoke perfect English as well. Um, they both came. The brother came the hard route, but they both came here. They got the asylum and everything. And I started looking after them and helped them with flats and stuff like that. And then he said, "Dana, I so enjoy the life in Germany. I now have to decide if I get a divorce, which means my parents have to pay a lot of money, or if I get my Syrian wife here." And I always thought that because he's so open-minded, he's a Muslim, of course, but he's so, I don't know, he could adapt here very, very good. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, so the phenotype, just fitted right in
mhm,
here.
mhm,
Um, and he then decided, he said at one stage, he said, "Anna, I've had sex with many girls here. I've had alcohol. I have smoked. I have had it all. I get lost here. I need my wife here so she can, control me in a way and show me
mhm,
the right path." She
mhm,
came here And he had a roommate back then, and he said, I can't make her live in this flat with my roommate. So I said, okay, you can live here in my house. So we invited them to my house. They lived here for 2 weeks. Actually produced their first baby here in my house.
Haha.
Um, and that woman was, I was shocked about that, super religious. So she prayed 5 times a day, and she had like an alarm bell on her phone. So every time the phone rang, they went upstairs, and he had to do the praying, and she prayed with him. I don't you obviously you will know what I'm on about. Um,
Um,
so he was talking or whatever. They did it upstairs. I don't know, and
mhm,
then they moved out, got their flat, had a second baby and everything. And the younger brother rang me one night and said, Diana, I need your help. I can't talk to anyone else about it. I said, what did you do? So he had sex with another Muslim woman and she got pregnant, but they both can't tell their families. So they had to get an abortion,
mhm,
and they didn't know how that works in Germany. So I had to lead the way and give them phone numbers, made appointments for them, and because what you need to do in Germany pretty much the same. In England, I think you need to you need to see like a council guy who
mhm,
talks to you about it, and he was actually quite. He did go there with her and everything, the full thing with her, but their family will never know. They will never know. And the mom who lives in Dubai came here one day. She
mhm,
visited my house, and for German standards, my house is pretty big because
mhm.
I live in the countryside. She came here and said, "Oh, my daughter has a holiday house like this," and I'm like, "Yeah, thank you." So, thank you. This is not my holiday house. This is just the house
Not
we
my
live
main home, yes.
in. So
So,
they have, I mean, it's Dubai. They have loads of money, and their sister is married to a very, very rich guy. And they seem to have a holiday house in Bavaria or somewhere. And that holiday house is bigger than the house I live in. But yeah, it's refugees, right?
mhm.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. So really, these refugees are really, quite wealthy refugees. But then, you said, if he can speak English good enough for Sky TV, he must have gone to a good school, right? If he and his brother,
Yes, yes, they did, because the parents are rich.
yeah.
They made career in Dubai, and but what the story I just told you, that is not the norm. It was, and nobody here knows this story about the brothers the way I do, because they trust me, right?
Mhm,
So
mhm,
they got money for their flats, and they got um everything got paid for them,
mhm,
because nobody here can know that the family is rich. And the wife of the older brother, I can't stand her. I can't stand her. She comes from a very, very wealthy family in Aleppo, and she only went there last year for 3 months with the two kids. And she came back and sat here and complained to me, like, oh, all my friends, they get all this gold from their husbands, and what do I get? I don't get the gold. And I'm like, gold? What are you talking about? Who needs gold? But it's what they need over there, right? It's
mm,
it's what the rich people or the rich women want. It's maybe what the rich women here want. I don't I don't want diamonds or gold or anything like that, but a lot of women do. Even Christians. It's the same thing. It's superficial shit, right?
mhm,
That's how I see it. So if you say that every woman wants a rich man who pays all the bills for her and buys her the expensive shoes, handbags, and clothes, I don't think that's how it is. If you have understood what life is about, it doesn't matter if you are a man or a woman, and you understand that these material things don't make you happy at all, but to find people you can trust and you can build a relationship with and create a future together, and I think that's what brings you happiness. That's my opinion.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, we have kind of an idea of a minimum standards. Like, well, if you're going to marry some man, he should have a steady job. I mean, it's that sort of idea, isn't it? And I guess where in Syria they amongst the wealthy, they need a bit more than just having a steady job. But every group has their own base standards. But
Yeah.
I don't envy rich people because they get upset over silly little things like that, don't they? It's like, well, I don't want to be worrying about whether I got enough gold from my husband compared to my girlfriends.
You see, I'm clearly just middle class, and that's totally fine for me. Um, and because I do work as well, and I educated myself, I pushed myself through university, I have my master degree, I do my job, um, and we both pay the bills and everything. He has his pocket money, I have my pocket money. So if I want to buy a ridiculous expensive handbag, not expensive euro handbag, but just this handbag, I see, I'm not even that kind of woman, but sometimes I do go out and think, oh, I want that. I buy it. I don't have to ask anyone because I work. I have my own money. So I buy it. As long as the bills are paid and we still have enough money to do this, that, and the other, I buy myself these things, or I buy
Oh, well,
stuff for,
great. So,
right?
so
And
you don't need a wealthy husband, and you're happy, with what you have. So that's great. It's only when people feel that, they should have done better that's when the um I mean that's what eats away at them when they're not happy with their lives, when they haven't accepted their lot.
how's the situation in England? If you maybe didn't like school when you were younger, you didn't put a lot of effort in, the job you have doesn't bring so much money or enough money in for the dreams you have, can you go to school, let's say in the afternoons? And can you study in the afternoons from home and stuff like that? So you can get your degrees even if you're 30 or 40?
Yeah, there's something called open university for
Mm-hmm.
mature students. So yes, in theory you can do all those things and get your qualifications after you leave school.
And isn't one of I think I looked into it one day when it comes to England actually, and aren't there open universities in England for free?
It's quite reasonable. I don't know what the yeah, I think it's virtually free, but I don't know what the going rate or anything.
So in a way, what I want to try to say is, it doesn't matter if you're female or male. If you made choices in your past which maybe led you to, or don't allow you to have a well-paid job now, you could, if you're ambitious enough and self-controlled enough, push yourself through 4 years of education in the afternoons to
For
get a
yeah,
different degree and then
yeah,
get a better job, right?
yes, in theory, yeah,
Why do you say in theory?
because most people just won't be able to keep it up because they see their friends having fun in the evenings and doing all kinds of things, and I guess I mean, they do regard it as an even greater achievement that you got your degree through Open University than when you could do it full time. At the
Yeah,
time you were
but is
supposed
that
to do it.
degree worth something on the labor
It
market?
depends on what it is. But I
Mm-hmm.
guess so many degrees. There's so many degrees now that even taking all that trouble will not get you a better job because of great inflation and everybody having a degree almost.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean,
so
we do live, I don't know how it is in England. Here, it's all about degrees. If you don't have a certain degree, you don't even need to apply for a certain job because you won't get it. Because if you don't have the formal qualification, They won't invite you for an interview. That's why I say that, because it's so important here to have that paperwork. Is it like that in England as well, or in the USA? I don't know.
I think these days of great inflation, people will, employers will want more because they know there is more to be had. I mean, that's why so many, girls in their 20s are doing their masters and, doctorate and whatever. And you think, well, maybe they should be concentrating on finding a husband than doing so, getting themselves more indebted by doing a course that may not be that useful to compete
Okay, if you
against
can't
men.
make, okay, why I'm asking this is because there are so many people complaining about their lives, and they have decided to point fingers at others, right? And the to me, one of the most ridiculous things is if they start pointing fingers at, for example, the Jewish people. Yeah. So a lot of people just sit here at home, get, I don't know, get unhappy with their lives, can't live the lives they maybe dreamed of when they were teenagers, or they became adults and realized they sucked, um, and start pointing fingers at others. But I believe our educational systems, when it comes to, hey, you can still do something even when you're 30, 40, or 50. I remember when I was in school, I had one teacher, my Latin teacher. She was 55, and she
Hmm.
just became a teacher. So it was when she took over our course, it was the first course she ever had. And I was like, wow, she's really old. What has she done? She was a mother before that, and then decided to go to university. So you can do stuff like that at any age, in theory, as you say, but it depends on your personality. But I can't, I seriously believe we are responsible for our own lives. So
Of
if you
course we
are,
are.
yeah, you say that. You say that, but how many people go the easy road and rather point fingers at others? It's their fault. It's the system. It's the Jewish. It's the whatever. It's others. It's not me.
Yes, mistakes were made, but not by me.
Yes, exactly. I'm the victim of the system and of society, and I'm unhappy and unsatisfied with my life, but it can't be my own fault, right? So I find that boring. People which are like that, they are missing something in their personality. They have no drive. They complain a lot. I find that boring in people, to be honest.
Well, at least you'll know to avoid them or
Yes,
avoid.
yes, I don't have these people in my life. I just want to say something real quick to Philemon. Yes, Philemon, the Holocaust happened, and you can follow me wherever I go, and you can call me stupid for thinking that. Um, I'm not Domingo's friend. Uh, I find him funny when he sings his songs and everything, and I think he's a very intelligent man, and I at one stage would like to talk to him about why he actually denies the Holocaust. But don't come here while I'm talking to Claire and make up lies, because that's what you always do. So here in this chat are people listening to what I'm saying now, and they don't know me. And you are in the chat room now spreading lies. And I don't appreciate that, Philemon. It's a problem in yourself, right? So don't put that on me, and please don't put that on the people in the chat room. Just keep the shit to yourself, because it's lies. You don't know anything. Yes, you just lied. You just, nah, it doesn't matter. I won't get into a discussion with you, but I'm seeing that and thinking, oh, come on. You are delusional. Can't even take you serious, and I've said that to you before. Okay, Claire, sorry. I had to say that because he's spreading the shed. That's what I meant when we started talking, right? It's these
What did you
kind of
mean?
people.
These people. I suppose I tend to ignore the chat because one of the reasons why I think they keep trailing poor Tiffany around is that she mentions them, and it turns them on that she mentions that they're there, the chat, and they feel validated. And I hope she's listening, because I'm saying if you don't talk about them, if you just ignore them as if they're not there, then they will eventually go away.
No, they won't go away
Is
when
my
it comes
belief.
to her. Seriously, she's not an unwritten paper on here. She knows loads of people, and I actually like Tiffany, and
So
I
do I.
absolutely, and I like her because I've been on panels with her. I like her input. I like to listen to her. I don't agree with her on everything, but that doesn't matter, right? I don't agree with a lot of things you say, Claire. It doesn't matter. But she's able to have a good conversation, and I like good conversations. So let's talk. There's always something you find where you can talk about, and there's an exchange, and it's different perspectives, and it's inspiring, and I like that. So what kind of beef she has with other people and the drama she's somehow involved with, I don't care about that. I care about when I talk to her on a panel in in a situation, I listen to her and I answer, and I listen and I answer, and I get out of the conversation and think, oh, it was good to talk to her. The rest I have nothing to do with. So that's that. That's just my opinion.
Hmm. Hmm.
And to being judged by association just because I said what I just said, based on what? What are we in high school? I mean, you know that better than me. It's hard to find intellectual women on here. It's hard to talk to people which actually have a real input, right? Don't you think?
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking for a particular kind of person capable of discussing the subjects that I want to discuss, and it's been very hard.
Yeah, but they don't exist because, as I said, you win the Olympics with that. Nobody is on your level when it comes to that.
Oh,
But
I mean,
yes,
I just need somebody who is legally trained and has read the Quran, but
yeah,
that's already, I see that there must be some around, but maybe they don't want
there
to be
must
seen
be some
talking to.
around. Yes, 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 that's correct. But I don't know. That is, I just don't share that kind of thinking when it comes to people. I, I don't know. That doesn't mean I don't know what you do behind the scenes. I don't know when we end this conversation today if you jump on another panel and whatever you say there. Does that mean I agree with you just because I've been on this panel with you today? No, you are your own person, and I'm 100% able to separate that. You and me are in a moment right now here. You and
Well,
me talk.
yeah, I think fellow Mon just wants to accuse us of being Jewish. I think that's really what he's working up to.
But me being Jewish.
I don't know. I mean, there's all senses on, people talking about Jews, people with view about Jews, and that kind of thing.
Ah, I would admit if I'm Jewish, I wouldn't have a problem, and I shouldn't have a problem, and no person who is Jewish should have a problem to admit that they are Jewish, just because they are surrounded by Jewish haters.
It's very childish. It just reminds me of playground jeers when you're all in little groups, and then you think everybody's your friend, and until they start turning on you, because that's how they, how the play turns out. You
If
know,
you say things that people don't agree with it's on them how they deal with it, and it's the same with me. I'm obviously pretty liberal and open-minded, and if people don't like that, it's totally fine. But why trying to put labels on me or you which don't fit? That's just an intellect I don't deal with in general
they're
life.
just looking for people to hate. I think because their
Yeah.
entire you know operating system is based on who they hate. And it's sad, but I guess it's a kind of if did you ever watch 1984, the
Yeah, I
film?
read the book. I never watched the movie. I only read the book.
Do you
We
remember
read
the
the
bit of,
Mhm.
Carry on.
Go on.
Please carry on.
I just wanted to say we read that book in school, actually.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And there's a scene about the 2-minute hate when the people are just told to just sort of shout and scream at Emmanuel Goldstein, right? And they all roar at him, and I think there is a certain psychological purpose to that. It's like, we are the people who hate Emmanuel Goldstein, you know, and they're looking for their micro group equivalent of Emmanuel Goldstein.
Yeah, I don't remember. I didn't watch a movie, so I don't remember the scene and the book. As I said, I read it in school, which I actually like. We read that
Mhm.
book in school. And I try to explain to the people which aren't in Germany with the history we have. I've said that on loads of panels, that I grew the way I grew up when it comes to the school system, just by reading this book, talking about also the history Germany has and the future we want to have. We got taught to be critical thinkers, to question our government, to look out what's happening, to be sensitive about what's happening with our country, and to make sure that we agree. And if we don't agree, we need to stand up and go on the streets, and that we do have a voice, and that we can't make certain things happen again. It doesn't matter in which direction. And that we should always look behind what really gets said. Is there something else? Is there something underlining which the masses don't see? But we need to be awake. We need to see it. We need to be sensitive about it. That's just because of our history, what happened. So reading this book in school was part of it.
Hmm.
It was part of telling us, like, be careful. Like, do you have an opinion about where you want your society to go?
Well, people just need to be able to discuss ideas rationally, and what I find surprising and shocking is that people who've had a university education just can't do it. They can't ask the obvious question when you make a statement. They just want to run away, or they can't even defend themselves. So
Yeah, but
you know
it depends on what kind of university education you have. If you become an engineer, or you study biology or anything like that, you are very educated in that field, but that doesn't mean you can discuss certain theory. Oh, okay, maybe, yeah. It's
well
all
you
about theories, right?
yes. So I'm just saying that you can apply my system to anything. It's just that you have to be prepared to ask questions, and you do it using the Socratic method. So you can tell me anything about anything, and what you would have to do is make sure I understand, so I can ask the next question. And obviously the conversation stops when people don't want to talk anymore. But when I say something, if the subject is of interest to you, you could respond by making another statement. You could ask a question, and it can be quite interesting. But very often you say something, and the person just wants to run out of the room and not respond at all. But
Yes, but it totally depends on to whom you speak to. I mean, you did find some people on here which do have the ability to have intellectual discussions, to swing around theories and look at them from different perspectives and
well, I'm
compare
thinking of Daniel
theories.
Sienkiewicz. He's
Uh,
such a joke. I mean, he thinks of himself as an intellectual. He clearly does because of the words he uses. But he can't really do it because he doesn't make sense most of the time.
to me, because I'm not a native speaker, I find it very hard to listen to him for two reasons. First of all, sometimes he's just putting big words into a row, and I think, what did he just say? What does he want to say?
Yeah,
Just
and when you ask him, he gets angry. He did it to Tiffany, and Tiffany and he are both Americans and they speak the same language. So, there's obviously something wrong there, because if I start to explain to you something and you said, I'm sorry, Claire, I have no idea what you're talking about, I would start a new sentence, I would say, stop, let me just finish. Let me, like, what's the point of, you know, me finishing a sentence that, that you didn't understand anyway? I would have to start again. And this is all, it's just his sort of neurotic tick that, when you tell him you don't understand what he's saying, he will just say, shut up, let me finish. And, it's pathological, isn't it?
Yeah. And the second reason is sometimes people aren't good speakers. So if you go on a panel and you talk for 4 hours, which I could never do, I can have conversations, but if you put myself in front of a microphone, I would spit all my thoughts out there within 3 minutes, and I wouldn't know what to say anymore without having an interaction with another individual. It's something. Yeah, I'm not good at that, maybe. So, and the way you express yourself and make people love to listen to you, you need some kind of charisma, maybe, and your a monotone voice doesn't help as well. So yeah, that's the second thing, which is a little bit difficult.
Yeah. And I think people need to have more humility. So when people are trying to tell you something, you should listen, even though you don't like them, or you don't think you like what they're going to say. You should, well, I think you should be able to, in a way, accept that they want to say this to you. And if you don't want to be bothered by them, you can always give them a standard answer, can't you? Like, not today, thank you very much, or whatever it is when you want to say no. And often you need to know what it is that they are asking you, because I think if you don't let them ask the question, they'll just think, well, if I say it again, they will finally understand what I'm trying to say. Because I think a lot of us just go around thinking that if people saw the world through my eyes, they would agree with me. And this is what makes people just want to repeat the thing that they think they know. And Daniel is the same way. He just does it to a pathological degree. So he's happy. I mean, I think I saw a stream of him talking for 5 hours or something, all to himself.
Yes, and he can do that, and I couldn't do that, but he can. But I couldn't listen to him for 5 hours. That's clear.
Yeah.
And although you are you are absolutely able to express yourself, your thoughts, your ideas, your opinions. You are very able to do that I think it's easy to listen to you. But still, Claire, but still, you can't put you can't put that flame which you feel in yourself with your solution about the world, you can't put that flame into other people. It doesn't work, does it?
Well, if people don't support your idea, then you can't make it work. I do understand, and what I seek is really engagement, i.e., people who can say, well, what about this, what about that, all these questions, but I'm not getting that, and that is really what frustrates me. It's like, well, I can tell you don't agree, but can you say something, more than I don't like it, you can't make me, I don't want to, I just want a proper reason about why it doesn't work in theory. And I haven't had that so far, and that is really the source of my frustration.
Yes,
Not
but
because
you
I don't
feel
agree
that
with.
frustration. I can only, and I did that before, answer you on a level where which you can't really take serious because I haven't been into your topic at all. So I know nothing about it. So to create an opinion about it and give you something, I can't do that. All I can answer on is an emotional level as a Christian female modern Western woman living in Germany. Even the word Islam is telling me, no, that's not for us. That's not for us here. The end,
Yeah,
right? And that's on an emotional level.
yes.
It's
And my next question would be, but don't you think Germans need some sort of moral system? What is the German moral system? Who are you supposed to follow and believe in, and why? I would have to ask you questions like that to continue the conversation.
exactly, but then you would make me want to answer for the Germans, and I can't do that really. What that
Well, you could answer for yourself because you can say, as a German woman, I feel X, Y, and Z, or whatever.
exactly, and I think you and me have done that, right? And I've said to you as well. I mean, if you just look at the development and you look at the Muslims coming into our country and other countries in Europe as well, and the way they are breeding and the way the national people are breeding, we get outbred in about 40 years. And
Yes, and
and then you
I
can
would say
come up with the idea.
there is a way to deal with it, but you refuse to contemplate it because I mean people are angry with Jews and angry with Muslims because they see these minority groups as getting more powerful than the the majority. That's what they get angry about, and they and I say, look, Jews, what do they have? Muslims, what do they have? They have religion. They believe in the Abrahamic God. You believe in nothing. You don't want to change anything, and your government hates you and doesn't want to do anything for you, and that's because your moral and political system is broken. I think I've said it quite a few times. You'll be probably familiar with it, and that, that's the end. They can't respond any further. You know.
I think you still need to wait a couple of years. I mean, um, the statistic shows clearly what's happening, and nobody's there to stop that. So I think, and that's just my personal opinion, um, the Germans do still have something inside of them which makes them think that they want to, how do I put that? We want to survive, right? As a nation. And we define ourselves through our culture, and we want to keep our culture, but our culture is changing by the people which are coming in with different cultures. And yes, you can adapt some things like food and da 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 da. Um, but one day, the Germans will have enough of it, and then it won't be your idea and your theory. It will be the opposite. And we see that happening with the AfD and parties like that already. Um, it's slowly starting. Let's see in 10, 20 years. And it won't. Austria is doing it already. And Sweden. They Europe won't. Europe will put a stop to all of this at one stage.
Yes, but I'm saying the way to put a stop to it is to organize yourselves. And I'm saying the way the political system is organized makes it impossible for you to actually do it because the system is rigged in that the people who want the system to continue will continue to command a majority, um, and unless you say the system is wrong, it is rigged, and it is rigged in this way and produces a particular result, and it will never change unless we, blah blah blah, and that's really what I mean. Um,
But
and
at
and
the moment, Germany, we did a massive left shift with a new government, right? A massive left shift, and the Green Party is part of the leading parliament now. That's a new generation which got told about climate change, and we need to live in balance with the world, and so they got some seats. Then you have the FDP, which is a liberal party, and then you have now the Red Party, which is a social party, and Merkel was the Black Conservative Party for 16 years, and now we have this left shift. But the AfD, which is a right party, I mean, you can't vote any further on to the right than the AfD. Let's wait 4 years, let's wait 8 years, and then we will have a massive right shift, like a massive one, because now what they are trying to do is give German passports out to all the immigrated people, which we were supposed to send back to their countries so they can build up their countries, but we now think we can have them and keep them and give them German passports so they can work on our labor market and pay into the pension system. And we have invested millions, billions of euro into German courses, putting a roof over the house, feed them, and. So now we want them to pay back by working on the first labor market and pay taxes. But the Germans aren't as liberal as you think. So my feeling tells me let's give it 8 years, 4 years, 8 years, and then it starts. That's what I think. But Islam won't be the answer. That will maybe come in 30 years if the Germans and the Europeans don't
They're
stop.
still waiting for things to get worse. Just listen to yourself, Vic. We just have to wait for 8 years for things to get worse, and then we'll do something. Or 30 years for things to get worse, and it's like we won't even be around.
Yeah, but that is just how humans work. It
Well,
needs to
no,
get.
it doesn't have to be like that. You're talking like that because you don't think it's bad enough. You don't think it affects you enough, and therefore you can take the sort of laid back view. But I suggest to you that maybe younger people will have a greater sense of urgency. Young people who maybe want to get married, um, you know, who find things difficult, but maybe because everybody's so gay and bisexual and LGBT now that they won't even want to reproduce or think about marrying in order to reproduce, and that's why they'll keep sucking it up. And
But
because
that is just
the
a
nationalists are so
minority.
stupid and such retards, nobody will ever listen to them because they are so fucked in the head and so degenerate and not worth listening to. And just listening to them just makes you feel ashamed to be human or something.
You see, there is me and you disagreeing. I absolutely don't care about gay people. I think they can live their life as they want to live it. They can have their kids, they can get married, and I don't care about that. And I think that's not our issue because it's just a minority.
No, but
There's other
you're making it easy for people to become that minority, and they will add to the weight of apathy against doing anything, and that is all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying gay people bad, but if the people with religion will feel that they have to marry in order to have children. They would feel they have to pass on their genes more strongly than the atheists and the nihilists that are competing against them. And because their religion tells them, not to have extramarital sex, they will, be more likely to resist the temptation than, the other group that says it's okay to, consider changing your sex when you're in primary school and,
But if you
so.
look at religion in general, I mean, I'm an agnostic atheist, so I don't care what people believe, whatever makes them happy, right? Um, I don't know. I just don't know, and I don't care. Again, I don't care.
Well, but you
Let them.
care to the extent of wanting to discuss politics with people.
Yeah, but
You know,
politics and religion is two subjects. First of all,
I disagree.
um,
We,
you
we can't
disagree.
even
Okay.
we can't avoid. Eventually, you will be talking about Islam and then immigration. I mean, if you're a Westerner, then maybe you'll just deliberately not discuss it, but they're linked.
But let's talk about the influence of religion. I don't know how it is over there in your country, but I can tell you here, people. Okay, how it is. If I have a job and I'm still part of the church, I pay taxes to the Protestant church every month, so I can have a grave when I'm dying or dead. Um, so I work and I pay a certain amount of money. I don't even know how much it is. It's only a little amount of money every month into the church. It gets taken out of my bank account just because I'm part of that church, because I got christened when I was a baby, I'm automatically part of that church, and now I'm a worker, which means I pay tax into the church. Every single day, thousands of people in Germany are leaving church because they don't want to pay these taxes anymore. They don't have a religion. They want to be free of that, and they don't care. So the way it works is you fill out a form, send it to the tax company, and say, I'm out. And then you inform your community, which you don't have contact with anyway, and say, hey, by the way, I'm out. You don't know me, you have never seen me, but hey, I'm out. So there's that. And that is happening. So the influence, I'm in the Northwest. So I know one person or one family which goes to church regularly, and she lives, or they live like 5 houses down the road. And I only know them because we are almost neighbors. I know nobody who goes to church. I know when I take my kids to church over at Christmas, that's what I do. So we go there, sing our songs, blah, blah, blah. I don't know the songs. I mean, I learned them as a kid, but I read them when I sing them, and we do it. And that's what we do. And when I ask people, oh, do I see you at church at Christmas? They all say, no, we are not doing the church. No, we are not. We are not like that. We are not like that. So when I go to church on Christmas, only once a year, I do see some people which I know, but I never go there on any other date. And the way I do it is the way most of the people I know do it as well. It's different in the south. They are more Catholic. If you go to the villages in the south, and if even here, the older people are still going, like the very old people, but these generations are dying. And with these people dying, the influence is dying as well. So the influence of religion itself is reducing every single day here in my country. It's not like that in the USA, but how is it in your country? Do you know numbers? How does it even work with taxes? Do you pay taxes there if you are a
No,
Catholic?
no,
Mm-hmm.
we don't have your tithe system. Um, but yeah, if you want to go to church, you have to, well, put something in a collection, plate as it goes along. Um, People go to church. Parents with school age children go to church to get their children in the right church school. That might be one of the reasons for going to church. Or if you're old and you have nothing else to do, the services are being changed around. It can be quite controversial. They change the vicar, they change the way the service is conducted, they change. They're doing all kinds of experiments in the hope of getting people to go to church. But they won't, because the old reason that Europeans would go to church was because if you didn't get your kid confirmed, it wouldn't be considered respectable, right? Because if you were the sort of person who didn't go to church, then you wouldn't be considered respectable. So that's why people would go.
Okay, but that is not happening here. And what I read in the newspaper yesterday is, the former German Pope, who is still alive, but gave the position to,
Benedict.
yeah, I know, I think now it's an Argentinian guy, or I don't even know, but he just admitted that, I mean, pedophilia is a big subject in the Catholic Church, right? And
Yes, he
it's
said he overlooked it, or he didn't do what he should have done, or something.
what he said is, okay, I have to admit, 1982, just get that, 19, I have to correct myself. Yes, there was this meeting. 1982, there was a conference. I did take part of it. Not as I said before that I wasn't there. I was there in 1982, and we did speak about that subject. There's this one guy, this one whatever church function he had, and he got they changed his position, like had to work somewhere else, because that's what they do.
Hmm.
They don't put him in jail, or they don't go, you don't belong to church, which you don't. If you do shit like that, you don't belong into that church. But they kept him, and they just transferred him 300 k's away. And yeah, and now he said, oh yes, 1982. I need to correct myself, I was there actually. with that conference, and we did talk about it. What does that even matter? Yeah, it's happening still, and the church is still shielding it and covering it up. And I mean, and that's what we have, and that is all called religion. It's all
Well,
called religion.
the thing is, what you have with a priesthood is a parasitic class that doesn't even do what it's supposed to do. And you're saying let it all die a natural death. I mean, the reason why these pedo priests are kept around is because there's a staff shortage, right? They need priests to perform the services and everything, and people don't want to join the Catholic Church. They don't want to join Catholic seminaries, but somehow or other they have to keep people manning the place.
Oh,
A
that's a cheap
lifetime
excuse.
of celibacy is not going to be attractive in our sex addicted age. So,
Hmm.
and so a lot, and also the whole thing about Islam is that you don't
But
need a
wait a minute,
priesthood.
wait a minute. Just having sex doesn't mean you are sex addicted, right? Having sex is a very natural thing. Just saying.
Yes, but you would regard it as your human right to have sex outside marriage, and obviously Islam has a different view. And so did Christians once upon a time when they took their religion seriously until the sex revolution and the feminist revolution.
You see,
So
just talking. I mean, how many people are listening right now? Can you tell me the number?
16.
Oh my goodness. Okay, no, so I won't say it. But
Oh,
so
go on. It's only 16. I don't care.
um well, I think as a modern Western woman, and I know America is different than Germany is, but um it to me it's how do I word that now? Okay, by experience, if I'm happy that I had sex before I got married, I never got married, right? So I have 2 kids, I never got married. But let's say I married the guy I have kids with. I maybe did have sex with other guys before, and I don't regret that I did. Because sometimes sex can be good and sometimes sex can be bad. Yeah. And um, seriously,
Okay, what I'm saying is, I'm not going to say, ooh, I've never done, you know.
wait.
Sorry, were you
Oh,
about
I
to say
got a phone
something?
call. I don't know. So yeah, I got a phone call and I couldn't talk, or it looked like you can't hear me anymore. I just didn't take that phone
Okay,
call. So um
all
anyway,
right.
so let me say I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy that I am in the position that I didn't have to uh wait until I was 24, marry that guy, whoever it is, and then have sex with him only, and for the rest of my life. So my sexual identity, or my um, idea about good sex and bad sex, and sex is important. It's absolutely not the most important thing, but it is. And to know what you like and what you don't like, and all these kind of stuff,
Hmm.
you need to practice it, you need to experience it, and
Yes, yes,
and to
to know
go
what you
into the
like, but
marriage. Holy shit, I mean seriously, if the men sit there and complain, oh, my wife doesn't want to have sex anymore, yes, maybe you are just bad and bad. So of course I don't want to have bad sex. I rather have no sex. So if the man isn't experienced because he has done the same thing and never got experience and taught by a woman what's important and bad, to how to please a woman and all these kind of things, if you end up with as husband and wife, and for whatever reasons you maybe don't speak open about that subject, about your needs, your wishes, your
it's marital
dreams, your
counseling,
desires.
isn't it? I
Pardon?
mean, that's marital counseling, sex counseling, those kinds of counseling. I mean, I'm
Oh,
saying in
come on,
theory,
sex
it's
counseling. Sex counseling.
I mean,
Come on.
such people exist. I know you don't need any instructions already, but I'm saying, such occupations exist, and you know, if there's any problem,
Yes, they
well, people
do.
should be people should be able to talk about it in a loving relationship. Okay, I totally get it about social attitudes towards the idea of having sex with another consenting adult. Yeah, I've been around. I've you know but I'm saying that obviously
What,
society would
you
be
have been
different.
around and heard stories, or you have been around and been around?
Well, I don't pretend that my morals are perfect. I mean, I
They
think,
maybe
yeah,
weren't
I think,
perfect back then when you were
I,
liberal.
yeah, when I was a liberal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And but what I'm trying to say is that how we behave, our attitude towards sex will affect our ability to marry sooner and stay together, and will also affect the parenting of our children. So it's not something that just really doesn't matter, and it will affect the future of our nation, and the ability of our you know nation to deal with its internal and external enemies. It will just totally, we would have a totally different way of dealing with things if we change that bit of um of our lives, our attitude towards marriage, and the abolition of no fault divorce, which is one of my that which is on the menu of secular quranism. Because
You see, I wouldn't even want my kids, and I only have two boys, so no girl, but I wouldn't want them to apply to these rules at all. And you have that in Christianity as well. There are a lot of Christians in the USA, and there are only a few in Germany, which wait until they get married. They want to wait, and that is okay. That is okay. I'm just happy that I didn't, right?
we should make
But
the gay couples wait to marry before they have sex.
what's your problem with
Yeah,
that?
wait until
Just
you
a
marry
few people.
before you
Do you
have
know
sex.
what that is? That's like not liking the Jewish. We have 82 million people in Germany and only 85,000 Jewish people living in Germany. So I don't even see Jewish people. I don't. I don't see them. So because it's only 85,000 people. So I don't know where they are, but they aren't around here. I know that much. Because I don't see them.
I
So
don't know
I'm
why you're
not
talking
bothered.
about Jews. Was I talking about Jews? I
No,
don't understand what.
you were talking about gay people. I don't want to compare the Jewish to the gay people, obviously, but I was thinking about minorities when I said it. So I don't have a problem with gay people at all because they don't bother me. They just don't. If they are two men walking hand in hand, so what? So what? And I have friends I went to school with, women actually, or girls back then. They came out after they moved to a big city, and they are now living with their female partners and are just having happy relationships. And if I look deep inside of me, if that changes anything about what I think about that person, no, it does not, because I don't care.
Well, I'm basically saying, demographics is destiny, and how we our attitudes towards sex will affect, future generations. So that's all I'm saying. If you care about these things, you might care about these things, and obviously, if you care about these things, you would make the sacrifices, and if you don't, then well, just carry on.
Yeah, so I don't think that's an issue at all. I mean,
Mm.
I'm
Because you don't
actually.
suffer the anxiety, but in a way you do, because you say, oh, all these Muslims, people coming in, their culture, and overwhelming this host nation, and what shall
Mm-hmm,
we do?
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Wait 8 years for it to
So
get worse.
yes,
But
there's this one idea, um, that a culture, um, can grow in a positive way with, immigration from different cultures, but there is this limit. How much can a culture actually take until it changes in a way which isn't comfortable for the majority who built this culture and keep this
And you're
culture.
saying, oh, let's just wait 8 years for things to get worse, and then maybe we'll, get around to doing something. Oh, yeah,
Yes,
another 30 years. So I mean, I sense this contradiction in your attitude, which, maybe, um, it might be because you don't want to, you know, acknowledge that the only way for us to change our view is to change our belief system. And obviously the belief system that I'm proposing is quite different to the one that you already hold, because you're
and
atheist.
that one, and my belief system is so solid by just me being 43, and my by the bag I carry around, which is called life experience, that this idea which you entertain is just nothing for me. It's not interesting for me because I wouldn't give up any of the freedom I have as a woman living in the Western world. And I also would
What
fight
freedom
hard.
do you think? Sorry.
Mhm. I also would fight hard for you not being able to put that on my kids. Because I obviously raised them the way I'm raised, in a way, just 30 years later, right? So that is not that generation you can come at with this idea. I don't know about the next generation and the next generation, but my generation and the generation I produced, it's nothing for them at all, ever.
Okay, so what do you think is so nightmarish about what I propose? I mean, it's like, what do you imagine you won't be able to do under secular quranism?
Um, what would be the job of a woman in that scenario? What would change for me by just listening to what I've told you about me and my life? What would change for me if this system would come and hit me tomorrow?
Well, you wouldn't be able to. Okay, okay. The thing about not being married parent, I've already considered that. I mean, obviously, there will be no retrospective um, legislation. So whatever was legal when you did will not be punished. So there will be a period of grace of 1 year, if you know
Would
what
that
I mean.
mean I would have like you would give me 5 years to get married, or would you allow me
No,
to stay
no.
unmarried until I die?
Allow you to stay unmarried until you die, because it wasn't a crime, if you don't want to marry. I mean, there will be no, lashes, nothing like that. And I will take into account that there will be people, just coming up to the, beginning of the legislation, and they didn't know, and they conceived around the time when the law passed. So I would, give them a period of grace that those punishments that would apply after a certain date won't apply to you now if you have a baby now, that kind of thing. So so that would be how I would deal with the situation, because otherwise, that would be, in Europe, there'll be too many lashes
And,
to
and
have.
could the kids of my kids, if it hits tomorrow, could the kids of my kids be religion free, or
Yes,
do
yes,
they?
because absolutely, because I keep telling Americans in particular that their First Amendment is based on Chapter 2, verse 256 of the Quran. And they don't believe it. They don't know there's a White House Quran. They don't know, that Thomas Jefferson, wrote the First Amendment, wrote what later became the First Amendment. So I'm saying, yes, it absolutely guaranteed freedom of belief. You know,
But Sharia would be in place, right?
yes.
And what would that actually mean? Sharia being in place? What
The,
if my neighbor steals the shares out of my garden? What would happen then?
they would have to return it, and with added for inconveniencing you, and maybe obviously they would have to return it, or it and pay you an extra sum for the inconvenience that you've been subject to because of their loss. The idea of the chopping off hands thing would apply only to people who use violence to take stuff from other people, and it would be a three, yeah, you would have to use violence, and it would be 3 strikes and you're out. So it won't happen immediately, the chopping off hands, if that's what you're concerned about.
Yeah.
So,
And
so
I mean,
you won't have your hands, your left hand amputated for shoplifting. You'd be caught. You'd have to pay it back. Maybe twice or 4 times the value of it. To make you sorry that you did it.
the thing is, I'm not even agreeing with the death panel in the USA, so I'm for sure not believing in taking hands off or something like that, or taking your life because you have done something wrong. So, no, thank you. I would fight this system or move somewhere else. So I'm a pacifist in a way as well. Really bad, right?
Well, I think you really need to deal with criminals, and if you keep letting them off, they'll just get bolder, and innocent people will suffer because they're so bold and they don't think they're going to get punished, and that's why they keep doing it, and that's why crime is getting worse. So
now I'm getting distracted by the chat again. I said 1982. Yeah, I'm born 1978. That's true. 1982 was the conference of the Pope, the former German Pope, who joined a conference. So you mix up them 2 dates. And I think it's 1982. I read it this morning, so I hope I kept that number right in my mind. So yes, I hope the
yes,
confusion is.
yes, but this is a problem with the Catholic Church, which was the only church once upon a time in the whole of Europe, and it's like there is no point to its existence because nobody listens to it now. It has absolutely no influence, in any matter, because they're totally discredited, because Catholic priests are known to be pedo priests. And Benedict has obviously overlooked it, and now he was in trouble for that. And I'm just saying, I understand.
He hasn't overlooked anything. It was people doing it for him and then saying, "Hey, you want to sign this statement? We wrote it for you." He hasn't overlooked anything. It was done for him, obviously. Because
So
he
we
just
know
lives.
he just lives where? I mean, what in
He lives in the Vatican. He lives
yes.
there. He has his house there. And when he stopped being the Pope, he continuously lives there. And he's very old, very sick. And he does his religious studying every day. And I think his mind is still working, but I don't think that he's overlooking these things. People are overlooking it for him and then coming to him and saying, "Hey, here, you need to make a statement. We wrote it for you. Just sign it. It's in your best interest." And that's public stuff. I don't think he deals with stuff like that anymore at all. And they keep it away from him. That's what I think too.
Yeah.
So if it comes to religion, Claire, I don't know. I think people are growing out of religion in Europe. Slowly but surely. You have countries like Poland and Italy. They are very religious still, Catholics. Same like the south of Germany. Same like Austria. But you
But
have
there
more
are
and more
people.
people.
I understand what you're trying to say. People don't really can't bring themselves to believe in it. But I'm thinking in terms of politics. So, if these nationalists that you not know, if they think that by becoming Muslim, for example, they can solve their problems, it's a possibility that they might consider it. Or they'll say, "Oh, it's too much. The cure is worse than the disease," or whatever. But I'm just saying, that's really the choice before them, and they don't seem to understand that. Maybe it'll take time, but But
You
that
see,
is the only
and
solution.
I don't think religion will be the answer to the development we are in now. You can't just replace one religion with the other. It's something else
What?
that needs to come. It's ethics, morals, morality.
Well, it comes from religion.
Morality doesn't come from religion,
Of
Claire.
course it does. Where does it come from?
Maybe historically, but look at me. I do have my morals and I stand up for them. So,
You
and
have
I'm
your
not a religious person.
principles.
No, I do
You,
have my morals as well. And I liked, it's in the past, to read about ethics and all these kind of things. And I also liked to read, do you know Kohlberg, for example? He created a moral system. It has nothing, it has weaknesses, that system, absolutely, or that theory, absolutely. But I liked to read about it and understand it and think about it and think about my own morals. How do I act? On which morality level am I? And all these kind of things. I didn't need religion for that at all. Not at all.
no,
So
it's
no.
not about you, Diana. It's not just about you. We're talking, when we talk about morality, we're not talking about issues of private conscience. We're talking about public morality and how a group of people,
Public
how society
morality.
behaves. Yes, I mean that's the only morality I'm interested in. I mean, obviously,
So
you would have your own
I give you a
beliefs.
let's jump into a stupid example. Um, my husband, I call him my husband, but we all know he isn't. So he grew up in Yorkshire. And what we have here, we have front gardens and we put stuff in our front garden. So just, plant pots, ornaments, um, decoration, Halloween decoration, Christmas decoration, all these kind of things. And when he came here and we walked through the streets, he said, this would all be stolen in England where I come from. And I said, what do you mean? Well, people would just take it. I said, what do you mean? That's what they would do. I said, they would walk into your front garden, steal the plant pot, and put it in their own garden? Yes, that's what they would do. Probably put it in their back garden so um, nobody would see it. But yes, they would steal it. One morning, it would be gone. You don't have that here. You don't have that here. It was it was actually
Where in
different
Yorkshire does he live? Did he live?
in Hull.
Well, Hull is a city. So you would
It's a
expect, people to steal more in cities. But I think if you live somewhere in the countryside, then people don't do that sort of thing, right?
yeah,
That's
but when we
kind of
met, but we lived in a city for 7 years or for 6 years
oh,
before we moved here. And we are
oh,
still
I see.
connected to the city. We're just living in I call it a village, but it's a suburb of a city. So, but I understand what you are saying. But I thought when I lived in that city, which is it a city? 330,000 people living in it. Is that a city by definition?
It doesn't sound like a city to me. It sounds like a town.
Okay,
Three
so
and
it
a
was
half.
only a town.
Yeah. But
330,000. It's only a town. Because you're
um,
close to London, right?
I don't
Because
know.
London
I
is
don't know
millions.
how. I mean, in England, we have this thing called cathedral city. So you are a city if you have a cathedral, even though the population is not, you know, um,
Okay, okay.
but I don't know how you do it in Germany.
Yeah,
Population.
I don't know. There is a definition to it, but I don't know the definition by now or right now. But anyway, you are right about that. If you live in a village, people are looking after each other and they are looking, out for each other. You don't have that in a city. You are living anonymously and they don't care what happens right next door. They just don't care.
Yeah. And we all
Yeah.
know that that there's more crime and vice in cities than in country, in the countryside, because people live differently. You know, people have different
Yeah,
manners. People have different ways of living in the city.
yeah, but I was talking about morality. So to steal something out of your front garden or not to steal something out of your front garden shouldn't be connected to the size of the city you live in. It should lay in yourself not to do it or be happy to do it, right?
Well, that would depend on your moral education. We can't assume these things anymore. I mean, people I know that in theory it's against the law to steal, but then they will see how people around them behave rather. You know, we are
But
influenced by.
why do you think that moral education can only come through religion? Why can't I feel that it's wrong to steal without being religiously educated, but morality? I don't know how you say that right in English. Having an education in morals.
Well, I suppose some people would just be operating on, don't do unto others what you yourself hate. So that's a kind of golden rule or silver rule of behavior. Do unto others as you would others do unto you. Don't do unto others that which you hate.
That is,
So
that is Kant. That is the Kant imperative.
yes.
Yes. So treat everyone the way you want to be treated.
Yes. But the thing is,
Mm-hmm.
we sometimes don't know how we would like to be treated. So we need a rule that everybody knows what it is, even though we don't quite agree with it. Because that's the whole point of the law, that the law is the law, even if we don't agree with it.
So you mean a law coming from the government or a law coming from
Yeah.
religion?
Well,
Mm-hmm.
the government should choose our religion for us, because it's the only body that's capable of enforcing it. So it has to come from the government, and that's how it. Well, that's the assumption of Islam. It's like, well, if you believe in God, then you would want to follow His laws, right? And there's no answer to that.
Yeah,
But since
that is one way. Sorry, go on.
yeah, so it used to be the case that in Europe, the priesthood would say what the laws are. They would help the monarch make laws. So the priesthood was very powerful once upon a time, until the monarchy came into trouble because of republicanism and people not wanting to be ruled by an absolute monarch. And the whole point of Christianity is to support the divine right of kings, right? That was the whole point of Charlemagne and the Holy Roman Empire that Germany was part of and everything.
Yeah, but okay. Let me just. Brian just came out to have a cigarette. Let me ask him one thing. Brian, when you were in Iraq is a Muslim country, right? Do you remember when you told me that every Thursday what was it again? Was it Thursdays or Tuesdays? There was this one day in a week. You called it the gay night.
Oh, that's what the Muslims do. Tuesday's gay night.
Tuesday's gay night.
It's not gay night, it's young boy night.
Young boy night, even worse, right? So every
I
Tuesday,
never phone on your wife, so that's what they used to say.
and that's what the Iraq people told you.
Yeah.
So see, when he was in Iraq as a soldier, they had the Tuesday gay night,
We
but
didn't.
not them. Sorry, no, not the soldiers did, but in Iraq, where they were based, it was the Tuesday gay night, but it wasn't even the Tuesday gay night. It was the Tuesday young boy night, and the Iraq people, which used to work with the soldiers, the English soldiers, used to say, "Repeat that, please." The wives are.
The wives, the young men are for fun.
The young men are for fun, and the wives
are for housekeeping.
Are for the housekeeping. So that's a reality as well.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and let me add something to that. Do you remember that camera scenario where one of the boys had too much fun with that goat and it was on camera?
Yeah, I saw that.
That was in Iraq as well, right?
Yeah.
So from Sangha, yeah. So
Afghanistan.
all these things. Pardon?
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, yeah. So all these things happen as well, right? and they are real and they are being lived.
Well, that's a third world country. In a third world country, that young boy probably didn't understand what he was supposed to do or doing or whatever, or he was sexually frustrated or whatever.
Yes, but does it justify? I mean,
In
seriously,
a country like that,
you see what I'm saying, Claire? So, oh, give me 1 second. 1 second.
Yes, I do.
I'm back. So, you see what I'm saying, right?
Well,
It's not
obviously,
so
rules are made
perfect.
to be broken. I mean, it doesn't
Hmm.
surprise me that people cheat. I wouldn't think for a moment that just because the rules are there, people will follow it. But I'm saying you have to draw a line and say, this is not to be done. But there will be people who try to get away with it. So I'm not quite sure the point you're saying. I mean, otherwise you'd be saying, oh,
It does
people still
exist.
get
Well,
murdered. Let's not bother having
I
laws
just
against
wanted to
murder.
make a point here, Claire. You can say that Christianity is dead and all these kind of things. And I even think that religion is growing out of our societies, but I don't think that Islam is pure, because this
I don't know
just
what you mean
humans
by
and
pure. Nobody,
like
not even Muslims, claim to be pure. They'll say, yes, we need to be controlled by God's laws. I'm sure they don't claim to be pure. They just claim to be, better ordered maybe than non-Muslims. Um, but it's about what kind of society you want, whether you care about these things, but you obviously are, because you're saying, oh, but they keep coming, they might overwhelm us and we can't absorb anymore, and therefore the obvious thing is we have to do something, we have to stop it, and we must do A, B, C, or whatever it is. But I'm saying, because you are the kind of society that you are, you can't organize any resistance at all. It will just keep happening. And you're saying, let it keep happening until it gets really, really bad, and then people will just rise up. And I'm saying, well, maybe they will be even worse and weaker and be less likely to rise up, because there'll be even more. And they'll be even they'd have an even higher average age, and you know be more gay even. So we have to consider that. Because one of the things that make men fight is some kind of idea that they're fighting for something. They're women to protect their children or something. But if they're all gay, it's like they don't care.
no, Claire, don't come with the gay now. What? And this guy who's in the chat, his name is Goddard, said this can't be Iraq. He wasn't in Afghanistan. He was only in Iraq for 7 months, and that is how it was, right? So and it was an open secret. I thought it was Thursdays, but he now said it was Tuesdays. But okay, it doesn't matter. The day doesn't matter. But that was when the Iraq civilians and soldiers they worked with disappeared to have their fun, which is obviously illegal in Islam, right? But they did that, and they all lived it. So if you try to tell me that Islam is a solution for us Christians, because they really have standards, no, they don't. They are just humans as we are.
Well,
So
it depends on.
um,
Yes, but under Christianity, I mean, things got very decadent under the Weimar Republic, didn't it? When you were still technically
but it's
Christian.
not free. It's not free of failure, and it doesn't mean if people live in a country under Sharia or Islam or whatever that they become morally perfect people. They
I'm
don't.
not even saying they'll be morally perfect. I never use these terms, Diana. I'm just saying it will be a patriarchy rather than a matriarchy. And I'm saying a patriarchy would be more likely to fight the thing that you are talking about. Right? I mean, men would just not put up with this. But because it's women mostly making the decisions now, because all the political parties in your country will be, uh, pandering to the female voter and making sure they don't say anything to upset the women. And that's why you get this sort of soft sogginess of, we complain, but we don't really expect anything to be done about it. And, we hope we're dead by the time, the horrible thing happens. But we're not doing anything about it now because it's not our place, because we're just women, and the men, because they know the women are in charge, they will just be behind the women and not wanting to upset them. And that is the kind of society that you say you want to, perpetuate, while you worry about, the demographics. I'm just, saying how it operates.
I do worry about the demographics. I do worry about them. And statistically, we have already lost. So what can I do? I won't produce 10 children. I don't.
You
I'm far
don't
too
have to,
sheltered.
but you don't have to do anything yourself. I mean, you can be gay and still say it would be better for children to be brought up by them, two biological married parents living together in a loving relationship. You can, I mean, Dolce and Gabbana said that because they were talking about families, and it was something about Elton John and his sort of surrogate baby or something. And they, and he was, they could even say that, and they were gay. They were saying, as gay men, we support the family because we came from, whole families, and, it's important for a child's development to grow up in a family of, a father and a mother. And they weren't even allowed to say that before they were cancelled, and now they had to, retract what they said. But I would say, if you have, okay, let me put it in the most brutal way possible. It is that if you don't have enough men of fighting age, then you will be overwhelmed. And the average age of the Western nation is 40 now. So, as it rises, you'll be less likely to fight back. And because you're not having enough children, you'll just keep aging, because that's how, these statistics work. But don't worry, it's happening in China, it's happening in the Far East, but in Africa there's a youth bulge. But, let's not deal with anything now. Let's wait for another 8 years for things to get worse, and maybe another 30 years for people to get really, really angry in their Zimmer frames, I guess. And they won't be doing anything, because the average age then will be 60. And people in their 60s will not be having any kind of revolution at all.
So you think we need a revolution? Okay, I see that you're trying to make fun out of what I said, but I don't feel offended. I just think that changes have to happen slowly in a big society, and you can't just put stuff on people because they won't go with it. And if you don't have people following changes, they won't happen. If they don't believe in the changes. And that's why I'm saying, and I think that is something in humans. They first need to suffer to an extent. They are lazy. They like their structures. They don't like big changes. They like their routines.
Inertia.
And even if the routines get taken off them slowly, they ignore it as long as the suffering isn't bad enough. And once the suffering is bad enough, they do then move up from their sofa, do something.
Yes,
Right?
I wasn't mocking you. I don't know why you might say that.
But you try to a little bit, but that's okay. I don't care, actually. So that's okay. You're a passionate woman. I respect that, Claire. All good. But what I'm thinking still is, I like you to worry about the future of the Western countries. And I like that you do feel that you want to think about it all the time, and that you think you have a solution, but nobody's listening. And
Yeah, I know why they don't want to listen, and I accept what you said was the reason. It's like, yeah, things are bad, but it's not that bad, so I'm not going to do anything about it. And I see.
that's what I think about humans, right? That's not my personal opinion. That is what I think about how humans work. in a system.
Yeah, because I mean the stupid ones, the scared beta males. It's like they're always looking around to see if everybody agrees with before it's safe to do whatever. And of course the alpha males are very few and far between, and because they have no morals, you can't really trust them to do the right thing anyway. And because they're mostly atheists, they'll say, by the time the shit hits the fan, I'll be dead and gone, so I don't care. And anyway, I'm gay, and I don't have an investment in the next generation. I don't care. That's how they think.
Oh my goodness, you are leaving your path there. I don't even know what to say now, because I know that you know better. That is not how it works. And it's not only the stupid ones, it's in the humans that they want to feel safe and they want to have their routine and they want to function in the society, because it's what they indoctrinated into us since we are born, right? So
I know the ordinary person cannot be moved, and there's no point talking to ordinary people, because then we say, no, I don't want my routine changed. I don't want you. And what can I do anyway? So really, I am actually selling the secular quranism, not to the ordinary person, but I'm because I'm bumping along at the bottom, I have to explain it to ordinary people. But I don't expect them to be keen on it, because they will think in that cattle-like way that you talk about. Even the nationalists who say they care, actually they don't care. They just want to blame Jews and Muslims and talk shit about them, and that's all they want to do. If you actually say, here is a solution, they'll say no, thank you, not today, because they're not interested in that. It's like what they say about women. They come to you with a problem and you give them the solution, and they're really offended because they didn't want a solution. They didn't want to leave their job. They didn't want to leave their boyfriend or husband. They just wanted a shoulder to cry on. And what you should have done is to listen sympathetically and give them a hug and send them on their way, and then they would have been happy. But you insulted them by offering them a solution that they didn't want. And this is what Western men are like now. They will whinge, they will be AFD and all the anti-immigration parties, but when you tell them this is what they have to do, they're not interested. So that's how it is.
People are interested. So a big change, no one wants a big change. If it's too dramatic, even if it's not obviously too dramatic, but if it feels too dramatic,
it's not going to happen immediately anyway. So I'm just saying, well, can't you just talk about it? It's only in theory. It's not going to happen tomorrow if you say the terrible, dreaded words of secular quranism, but they can't even talk about it. And that is what I'm complaining about. Their neurosis and intellectual cowardice. It's not going to happen tomorrow.
But they are talking about it all the time here on YouTube. But for them, which see it all, they may be worried about the same thing like you do, but for them the solution isn't what you offer. They are maybe trying to find the solution still, or the solution
is to kick everyone out. That's what they want to do. They want to kick the Jews out. They want to kick the Muslims out. They want to kick the non-whites out, and then they'll have another European war of religions to because they're going to reject all the Abrahamic religions after they kick the Jews out, and then the self-hating Christians. So
this is as unrealistic as your theory. Both won't happen.
Well, we're talking about these ideas in theory. I mean, that's all we're doing.
Yes, but what's
the
point? What's the point if you only talk about it in theory? Do you think it could be an option for the future of the Western world, or is it just an idea, just a theory, just a hypothesis? Why spending so much time on a theory if you don't think this is really or could be the future of the Western world?
Well, because every theory has to be implemented. I can't pretend to say, oh, it's definitely going to sell and it's going to be implemented in 2023. Of course, I don't know, but I'm saying, if that is what you want, then you have to be thinking along these lines, and they can't, these infantilized men, they can't have this conversation. I mean, all they can do is whinge about white genocide. Nobody's killing them. They just don't want to marry women of their own race, and they don't want to, stay with them for the sake of the children. I mean, they're just not into that sort of thing because something has happened to them in the last 50 years. And I'm saying it's feminism, that they just basically lost the will to entertain, difficult ideas. They just want
But
somebody
in your
to.
definition, I would be a feminist, right? Don't you? Wouldn't
Yes,
you
yes,
define myself as a
yes,
feminist?
you would be a feminist. Yes, yes.
And you think, yes. But let's say I was married, would I still be a feminist? Yes, I would, wouldn't I?
Well, it depends on whether you would like to abolish no-fault divorce. If you were married, would you like to abolish no-fault divorce, or do you think no-fault divorce is good?
What kind of no-fault divorce? What's no-fault?
No-fault divorce is when either party can get out of the marriage and say, you didn't do anything wrong, but I just want out of the marriage. Can I have half your stuff, or that kind of idea? Well, a divorce-based a fault-based divorce means that you have to say why, and what went wrong, and
Okay,
that kind of
so there is a reason why the two parties don't want to be married anymore, and then you can get out of the marriage. My
yeah.
So my answer is yes, of course. But I want to ask you something. Do you actually believe in the concept of love?
Of course. Of course, I
You
mean,
do?
I think obviously you have to love you. Well, you should love your spouse to make the marriage work. It would be terrible to have to do all these things and not love your spouse. The
Yeah, but
man's.
love, there is no button you can press and then you feel love. Love works in mysterious ways, right?
Are you talking about sexual attraction, or what?
No, no. I'm talking about real love, true love between two individuals. Their souls connect on a very deep level and they are in love, and then they develop love for each other and look at each other. Have you ever looked at two people being in love and there's this spark in their eyes when they look at each other? Or you have looked at another person and you felt love in your heart, and that other person feels love in their heart, and you look at each other and it gives you vibes in your body just by the eyes
Yeah.
connecting. That kind of love I'm
Yes.
talking about.
Yes, romantic love. Yes, I mean, I think,
Romantic love,
yes.
exactly. So not institutionalized love, confirmed by a certificate laying in the drawer and being called marriage. I'm talking about real love.
Well, but it comes and goes. Romance comes and goes. It's
You think
fleeting.
love comes and goes, so you
Yeah.
don't believe in like finding something like your soulmate?
Um, well, it would be nice, but
So could you
to
imagine, just you, let's talk about you for 1 second. If it gets too personal and you don't want to answer, I can absolutely understand that. But just imagine you being the person you are with all your beliefs, um, and you meet someone who is a Christian, and you love his intellect, and he has read all these books, and you can have all these sophisticated conversations, and then he has this kind of humor you like, and he makes you laugh, and then you being a woman, you caught yourself being a little bit giggly and all these kind of things. And then one day you wake up and think, oh my goodness, I'm developing feelings, romantic feelings for this man. And it happens to him as well. And then you meet and you talk and you laugh and you feel attracted to each other. I'm not talking about a sexual attraction. I'm not talking about an intellectual attraction. It's just happening on all levels, which I call love, right? And it
Mhm.
happens. And what do you do then? And you think you have met someone, you feel like, oh wow, I want to spend time with that person. more and more time, and I want to actually kiss him, and then you do, and then it feels great, and blah 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 blah, and then you think, I could live with that person, and I could spend the rest of my life with that person, blah 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 blah. That's what if that happens to you, Claire?
Oh, I'll see where it goes. I would see where it
Although
goes. I mean,
you would see where it goes.
yes, as would you. I mean, assuming that, you well, so wouldn't you? See where it goes.
I would always do that. I absolutely believe in love. Absolutely. So I
But we
think
can be often fooled by our feelings. Often
oh
we can
yes, it's
imagine
chemistry in
ourselves
our
to be in
bodies,
love.
right? Love is like chemistry in our body. It's
Yes.
producing adrenaline and all these things in our body, and it feels great. And I actually love that feeling. And
Oh yeah, it's
if
great.
it's great, right? May I ask you, when have you felt that the last time, or is that too personal? If it's fine. It's personal. It's a personal question, though. Because it's such a strong feeling, isn't it? And I think this feeling is so taking over on every possible level that I think it should have a voice, right? More than a law, a religion, beliefs, future. I think this kind of feeling, if you
I don't
feel
see
it,
why. Yes, I don't see why you're bringing in the religion and the politics in. I mean, we're talking about, an individual's capacity to fall in love, if you want to put it like that. We wouldn't. I mean, I don't see why anybody's political beliefs come into it.
because
What do you imagine I would do? I mean, at my age, I
well, I
guess
don't know.
I don't think
I
um, um, unwanted pregnancy. I suppose don't think. I mean, okay, we would just sort of go where the feeling takes us without necessarily talking about politics. Because, when we were talking like that, I wasn't even thinking about politics. So, but then you were kind of accusing me that I would let politics get in the way or something. And I was saying, well, why would I? Why do you imagine I would let politics get in the way of, this kind of, scenario where you say I might meet some man and fall in love with him. But I suppose, we would have to agree about all kinds of other things because we would eventually just be discussing politics here, or he would know about this aspect of me. And then, then there might be trouble, I guess, if we don't agree on politics. So I see what you mean, maybe.
yeah, but you have this passion, right? So about politics, which is okay. And if a man feels attracted to it, and it doesn't necessarily mean that he has to agree with you on it, but there's so many other levels, and that's just the point I wanted to make. I personally believe love is stronger than all the things, all the opinions and beliefs and everything, all the groups and races and everything. And I believe love will win if two people feel the same way.
Yes. Yes, of course. I mean, the thing is that, I think when we're prepared to fall, when we fall in love, we think, oh, it must be so special, blah, blah, we're meant to be. And, and you think, maybe, it's like, two people who happen to be, single and looking, and they look at each other. It's like, she's not too bad, he's not too bad, he'll do, she'll do. And then it's like, zing, then they fall in love. Not because of anything particularly extraordinary. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
But sometimes
and
just people want.
marriage as a business model or a family management model, yes, okay, or a religious model or whatever, is an idea and you can go with it. But I personally believe love needs to come first. It needs to
Oh
come
yeah,
first.
I'm not going to
And
disagree with you because it's such a big deal. Like if you're going to do it properly, you're going to have children with each other. You have to like each other at least, or life would be hell. Imagine, having to have sex with somebody you hate, having to pay for all the stuff for a woman you don't like. I mean, that would be the worst thing of all.
Mhm.
So I don't know why you kind of assume that I wouldn't see that, or
Because
just sort of.
sometimes if the concept of marriage is made to last a lifetime, but sometimes love doesn't last a lifetime, or people don't get along anymore. If you, like you, Claire, make a man fall in love with you and you fall in love with him and everything is good, and then one night you sit there and go, oh, Sharia would be a great idea. If my neighbor steals my plant pot one more time, I would love to cut his hand off. Maybe that would scare your man.
Well, but I wouldn't be saying it like I'd be saying, look, if you're a bank robber and you've done it 3 times, you get your hand chopped off. That doesn't sound that scary anymore, does it? I'm not that scary. I don't know why people think I am. Am
The
I
Sharia
scary?
thing is a little bit scary from my
Yeah, yeah.
point of
Then the
view.
people can say, look, can we do this under Sharia? Can we go to nightclubs with ladies' night or young boys' night or whatever? It's like, well, it's a private place. Just make sure nobody catches you cottaging. You know,
When nobody catches you, makes it all right. That's not a high moral level. That
I
can't be Islam.
Yes, it is. That's the whole point of the law. It's like, well, if you really cared about God, then you wouldn't do it at all. But maybe if
Yeah.
you don't quite believe, but just don't do it so people can see you. Don't have sex with other men in toilets. Please don't have sex in public so that people see you. And just keep
Ah,
your head down.
so book a room instead. Yeah. So
Be
that is,
discreet.
yeah, but that's hypocritical.
Well, hypocrisy is the tribute that vice pays to virtue. I think it was some Frenchman who said that.
Humans aren't perfect. That's just how it is, and they have desires, and some of them are sick. So
Mm.
you have laws which tell you not to do it. If your
Not
morals,
to
if,
go
if you're
too
not
far.
self-controlled enough and your morals aren't high enough, right, and you do these kind of things, then morals kick in. Laws kick in. But the morals, whatever religion it is, religion is all about how can we all live together peacefully and be respectful, which with each other, and be good and all these kind of things. And if that doesn't work, we need laws. Why do we need laws? Because we are human beings and we like to step over the line. It's little things, and we can say sorry. Yes, I lied to you yesterday. I didn't only drink 2 beers, I actually drank 6 beers. We argued 2 hours about it. I denied it, but today I'm sober again, and I want to say, you are right. I'm sorry, lady. It won't happen again. Right? So these kind of things, yeah, you can deal with that. You can keep your hands. You won't get cut your hand off. And you don't need to go to church on Sunday. You are not a sinner. Yes, you lied. Is lying a sin? I don't even know. But I'm telling you, I know. I grew up in a Christian society. I obviously learned about religion in school, um, all these kind of things. I'm a Christian, but an agnostic atheist. I think that is possible because I
You're
grew
a
up in a
cultural
Christian
Christian.
society.
A
Yeah,
cultural
I don't have.
Christian.
I maybe a real Christian who goes to church and follows a religion would say, "No, you aren't a Christian, Diana. You insult me if you call yourself a Christian." I maybe can understand that, but I grew up in a society based on Christian rules, right?
Mm.
So our culture and our way of living together, it's very deep in the rules of the society I live in. So even if God does not really play a role in my life, and religion doesn't, I'm still in this society and grew up with it. And I'm not against it or anything. I like to be good, and I try to be good. So yeah, I would, if I don't insult anybody with it, would call me for these reasons a Christian still. Yeah, I think so.
Well, technically, I'm a cultural Christian. I mean, this is the you know what
Mm-hmm.
the British say about people who go to church but who don't really believe, because they go to church because that's how they know their families to go, but they're not confirmed. They don't really, because if you wanted to join the priesthood, you'd have to be confirmed, if you know what I
Yeah,
mean. There's a
yeah.
ceremony you have to undergo. Yeah.
So they commit, or they superficially, publicly commit by going to church, but their heart is not in it and their belief is not in it. There are a
Yeah.
lot of it. Mm-hmm. Or
Because it's a
people,
piece of paper. It's a piece of paper. A confirmation certificate is a piece of paper to say that you're properly paid up member. You've done the course. Officially, and also if you want to join a member of the priesthood, become a member of the priesthood, you'd have to be confirmed. You can't be, and there's a point in saying that you can't just become Christian by saying you're Christian. You have to do something to properly become Christian. So I guess that's fair enough.
it's fair enough. It's the same here. I told you earlier that a lot of people are leaving the church officially, so they don't pay tax anymore and are not connected, and then they are officially religious free. When it comes to paperwork, they might still have their belief, but don't believe in the institutionalized religion, which gets offered by their society. But if they at one stage maybe change their mind, or they find their way to God and they want to become part of that church again, they need to face somebody from church. I don't know the English word, like the community leader. I don't know what's that called from church.
Right. Okay. I can't think. What, vicar?
Yeah, like a vicar, and then they need to sit down with him, and then they really need to convince him, like really. He needs to feel that you are honest about it, and then he decides if he allows you back, right? So it's easy to leave the system, but it's not easy to go back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how it is. Wow, Claire, we are having a long talk here.
Yeah. This person has been waiting a long time, so I'm kind of a bit nervous, but okay.
Who's waiting for a long time? Who has been waiting?
Somebody. Okay. It was just a troll. Somebody was waiting in the back at backstage, and wanting to let me let on. But anyway, he was just a troll.
And it was only a troll.
Yes, he waited a long
So
time. I'm sure he's waited for
all
at
that
least
time.
yeah, he's waited for 1 hour, I'm sure. So
Oh my goodness. Yeah, trolls are ambitious sometimes, right?
yes.
So if we have still people in the chat, what do you think about the idea to let somebody join this conversation who's able to have a normal conversation? Maybe somebody listened to us and wants to join in, has some questions for you and me or something like that?
Yes, I put the link in. We have 19 viewers to our little conversation. So we'll see if anybody joins us.
No trolls, please. I can only deal with respectful people, so I don't want to get laughed at for all the stuff I said in the last 2 hours. I really don't, and I don't want people to laugh at you as well. But you have your dark secrets. You showed something. You showed some things about yourself tonight.
Oh, did I? Wait, I showed my vulnerabilities, did I? I'll just put this link in the hope that somebody will. The people in the chat are not quality people. I don't feel.
Oh, come on. Why being so judgmental? That is no good, Claire. Come on. Come on. It's just this, Anton, the guy who has been spamming your chat room, like for a long time now. He's only he's very young. He's in his 20s, and he is very reasonable. And you can actually, when he's not this giggling, spamming, whatever person, you can have a good conversation with him. I think I had in the past, and I also listen to him on panels sometimes.
Oh, what does he talk about? This Anton? I don't think I know him.
Oh, different topics. I was actually surprised because all I know him, the only way I knew him was being this spammer, and I thought he's an idiot, but he isn't. He isn't an idiot. He's intelligent. He has his opinions and ideas about loads of stuff, loads of things. I have no idea what he thinks about religion and the future of Western countries. I have no idea. But yes, he is able to talk like a human being, and he's intelligent. Only young though, but still intelligent. Know who Walker's Wisdom is? Do you know
Yes.
Walker's Wisdom?
I can't tell him not to come on now. So I guess he can. Yeah, so come on in. He's very persistent. But he well.
No, I don't know him. Not
You
at
don't
all.
know him. Yeah,
No.
well, we were streaming partners once upon a time.
Oh, yeah, for history.
Yes.
Was it
yes, we did.
romantic streaming or intellectual streaming?
No, it was political streaming.
Political streaming. All right. Just wondering.
And yeah, we did actually meet in person. So it's.
Oh,
Yeah,
did you? So he's from England.
Yes.
Oh, you did meet him in person.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes. He's probably still in love with me.
Oh.
No, I don't know.
Shh, don't tell. Do you know what I wonder? If I would meet you in person, if what kind of charisma you have, right? Because you are so collected, and then there's your accent, and I wonder, because I'm very real, I'm like, what you see is what you get, but you are very collected and thinking about how you put your words and all these kind of things. So I wonder if I would feel intimidated by you, just by the
Just by the. Were you going to say just by the accent or
the
something?
aura. I wonder what kind of aura you have.
Well, I
If
suppose
you
you
are
can ask him about me.
lady, or are you easygoing, or
I'm very easygoing.
Are
I'm
you?
very easygoing. I wish. Yeah, I'm easygoing. I'm really
Easygoing means I would walk into that pub and you sit there with a joint in your hand, drinking a beer and going, "Hey girl, I'm over here. Come on here. Let's have some shots. I'm already at it. I've been at it for 2 hours. I'm so easygoing." No, that's not you, Claire. Come on.
I've been to these cafes in Amsterdam. I've been there. I've smoked there.
In your liberal times or lately?
Well, lately, I can do that too.
Wow. You see, Amsterdam is only 2 hours away from me. I've been in Amsterdam.
Right. Well, it'd be nice to. Do you have these cafes in Germany? You don't, do you?
The coffee shops where you sit and smoke joints? No.
Yeah.
Not yet, but no, it's still illegal here. I mean, it's tolerated in a way. So if you carry around 5 grams or something like that, if the police stops you, they just bin it, they take it off you, and that's it. But it will get legalized with this massive shift of political direction, it will
Mhm.
get legalized. They already said that. So in the next 4 years, they will legalize it.
Right. Yes. I mean, that's where it's going, and I think that they're doing it to dope us into, you know, not getting too revolutionary, I guess.
Oh, come
It's a,
on. Anton is sending us a message saying he's too shy. He's just blah, blah, blah. Claire's my
what,
sugar mama. I'm too shy. I'm afraid of girls. Ugh. Okay, he's too young to come on here because we are
okay.
old
Well,
ladies. And
he's
in his eyes, we are old ladies, right?
well, he's
Oh, he's
here.
there.
Oh dear.
Anton, only if you want to talk. Don't
Hey.
come here as a troll, are you?
Yeah, everything's fine. No, nothing bad happened. It's just, I just wanted to call you.
Who is that?
Hear your voice.
I don't know who that is. That isn't Anton, though.
Okay. Got rid of him. Well, I did post
Maybe
a
it
link.
was him changing his voice. I don't know, but I think that wasn't him.
Yeah, I mean, there's somebody going around impersonating people, like Vivian Veritas, and they've got a recording of her voice. So if you're not paying attention, you might think she's actually talking to you about, you know, she's going to come on. She's having a bit of problem with the audio, and then everybody gets really excited that she's going to come on, particularly Daniel Sienkiewicz, and then she never comes on. So that's the kind of trick that they like to play. It might be Anton.
Okay. So, but if nobody else want to come on, I don't know. I mean, do you have a topic? I'm like running out of topics more or less.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, I guess
discuss.
I thought Walker's Wisdom wanted to come on, so that's why I was kind of waiting for him, but he seems to have gone away. So I don't know. I sent him the link already.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't. So we'll just I guess finish now since he's not coming on.
Yeah. If nobody else want to come on, we can finish it here. But it was great talking to you. I enjoyed it. I had
I
a good
always
2
enjoy
hours with
talking to
Claire.
you. Yes,
You
yes,
see,
it's
and
really
I
good.
thought, because last time when you and me spoke, I could actually feel you rolling your eyes over my liberal standpoints, you know, just I could feel that you were being respectful all the time, but I also could feel that you were rolling your eyes. I didn't get that feeling today, although you probably did.
No, I wasn't. I was enjoying the conversation. You kind of factor in a whole bunch of things when you're talking to normal people, and I sense it as when I was talking to you, I was talking to a normal person, not the usual people around here, and that was nice. It's good to have these conversations with other women, other than the usual men who are always so. Demoralizing, I suppose. That's the word I was looking for. And yes, it's
Yes,
perfectly
you are
accurate.
sitting so high up on your intellectual throne over there. So it will be probably, it will be hard for you, Claire, to find a man who loves your intellect, really. Because you make a lot of men feel small, even if they don't agree with your ideas. You know, that it's easy. They can go, oh, Claire's crazy, the end. But you're an intelligent woman. You're just, I think, spending too much time with a theory which doesn't really help anyone at the moment. So if you would, at one stage, maybe, I don't know, get interested in another theory or another idea and develop the same passion, it would maybe be very interesting to talk about, or with you about it once you have built up all this knowledge about it.
You want me to give up on secular quranism over my dead body?
No, I'm saying get into other topics as well.
Oh, I do. I
Like
think, well, I try, I can't think of anything offhand, but yeah, I think I have a few little ideas that are intended to be helpful. So,
like is there something else you are really interested in? I think the way you get into this topic, it's also a skill, it's an ability. Not a lot of people can stick with one topic for that long and get that deep into it and spend that much time in their thoughts on the same topic. So if you would find a second topic and do the
well,
same
it's
thing.
related anyway. I mean, the second topic, a kind of introduction agency. I've always wanted to run a dating, website or an introduction agency to, help people meet each other and, lead less lonely lives. What do you think?
Yeah, I was just busy with your chat room again. I don't know what means uptight. Somebody said I seem to be a little bit uptight. What means uptight?
A tense or kind of rigorous and straight-laced? Maybe that's what they meant. Well, you don't come across as that to me with your joint smoking and whiskey drinking and
Uptight, is that like living the life of a nun?
a straight-laced person, such as somebody who always wants to be proper. I think that's what they mean.
Oh my
I,
god.
maybe it's because of the German persona.
Oh my goodness. Do I come across like that? Really?
A bit
I'm
stern,
so
like
imperfect
a
all the time.
headmistress, like bossy. You'll be
Isn't it
bossy.
interesting? Isn't it interesting how what people think just by listening to what you say? And because they don't see body language and they don't sit in front of you and feel the vibe, you are, this the chemistry between two people when they talk. You don't have that on YouTube, right? So they make their conclusions by what they see or what they hear, not what they see, what they hear. It's all they have. I understand that. I do the same thing every single day. I do the same thing when I listen to you, Claire. So I think that's normal.
Right. So I don't think. Do I sound uptight?
Do you know what? Your accent is doing 90% of the work for you. You could say the most stupidest thing in the world because of your accent, your proper Oxford English or whatever it is. You would sound intelligent. It's just how it is. So there's seriously an advantage when it comes to that accent. It's like, oh wow, this lady must have something to say. Just listen to the way she speaks.
They can always, look at the transcript later and know it's all nonsense, I guess. But what I meant was, do I sound uptight? Because somebody said, you're uptight, and I think maybe they might mean that you sound, maybe what's the word? Bossy, I suppose. Maybe.
I don't know what that means too. It doesn't
Bossy?
matter. I think I get the idea. I don't know what mossy means, but
No,
I think I
bossy,
get that.
bossy, as in,
Bossy.
bossy.
Oh, I know what that means. Oh, bossy. Seriously, I tell you a secret. The weak part in me, this little soft whatever part of me is a secret. So not everybody gets to see that. So yes, if you and me have a conversation on here about a certain subject, I don't know if I come across bossy, but I'm just talking on the rational level about certain subjects. So there's not, and maybe that's just a German way. I don't know.
Right. No, but I mean,
I
recently I've been described as domineering, and I thought, am I like that? Maybe I am. I don't know, but a lot of people kind of say things to, sometimes they want to upset me, or I don't know. But maybe it's a word I have to explain to you too. And it sounds
No,
like bossy.
I
It is a
understand
bit like bossy.
that word. I understand, but sometimes when I listen to people on a panel and I imagine where they sit at the moment and what kind of position they are having, like in their, like physically, sometimes I listen to people and I think they're just hanging on their sofa in a comfortable position, talking into their phone. When I listen to you, I always think you sit up straight on your chair, making sure that your back is not bended but straight, and your legs are in position. That's how I picture you. Like the queen sits, or yeah. It's just imagination, right? So I
Well,
don't think
I am sitting at my desk, so I'm not lounging, talking into my phone. And I think you can, if I were, my voice would sound different. Because you can
yes.
sometimes tell when people are, they've just answered their phone and they're lying in bed, that kind of thing. You can tell just by their voice, I think. But yes, when I stream, I am sitting at my desk, and
You see. And I remember when I was younger and did the career consulting, that's what I learned in a course, and that's what I told my clients, that even if if you ring a company and ask, is there a free position in your company, and stand up or sit straight. Make sure, your body is straightened, because although the other person on the phone doesn't see you and maybe he couldn't say what kind of position you are in, it's running on the unconscious level. So it's the best way to present yourself is to sit straight or stand up.
yes, or even dress properly, because when I was a law student, we'd have what these things are called moots, that were, when we actually have a legal discussion, and sometimes they would be filmed, and saying, although it's not necessary for you to come dressed in a suit, it would help your performance if you were dressed for the part. That kind of idea. So I guess I would perform better if I was dressed in my ordinary clothes rather than my dressing gown.
So so you should get dressed up for your live streams then. So maybe people will, maybe then finally you would be able to put the flame into the individuals which are listening to you. And it's
Right.
all about
Or not
growth.
wear any clothes at all. I mean, I don't know. Would I sound different? Or I don't know. Can people
Let's
tell?
try it out. I give you 2
It's
minutes
too
to try it
cold.
out.
Yes.
But don't tell anyone. Surprise us. So we don't know if you are undressed now or not. And we will tell you if something has changed.
Perhaps in the summer. Yeah.
Oh, come on. The summers aren't getting warm in London. Come on. It's England.
Well, you can get away with wearing shorts and t-shirts, and rather than what I'm wearing now, a few layers of clothing.
Yes, these 7 to 11 days a year. Sorry,
Yes.
I'm joking. It's not true, actually. It's the opposite. The English get dressed like it's Australian summer, although it's still freezing outside. That's what I experienced.
Yes, I mean, there's strange people who just want to wear shorts the whole time. In the middle of summer. I mean, in the middle of winter, I should say. People like Stephen James. Is he in the chat? He's the one with the tortoises. So I've never seen him wear trousers, even in the deepest winter. So yes, people can be a little eccentric.
Eccentric. Yeah. Yes, but you're a little bit eccentric, aren't you? Wouldn't you? Yes, you are, aren't you?
Well,
But easygoing eccentric.
Oh, thank you for saying I'm easygoing.
No, you said you are easygoing, and I'm still trying to imagine you being easygoing, sitting in that coffee shop and getting stoned, right? And you said you are easygoing, not me. I'm still trying to see that easygoing person in you.
Well,
You're so collected. I said you are collected and self-controlled and all that, and putting your words wisely.
well, it's important. I mean, I suppose instinctively, I just wouldn't want my words to come out in a mess, because it's always something I've been conscious of. When I was a child, that I should express myself properly, or just not get what I want. Anyway, Tiffany says I'm easygoing from her experience, so that's nice. I guess I want to be known as easygoing because of the rigor of my proposals. I don't want to be just overdo everything. And
Yeah, but I'm not too serious right here. Okay, but easygoing, yes, it isn't the first expression that would jump to mind when I would describe you. But I think our full conversation was more or less easygoing. It wasn't too serious most of the time, right? So
no. And,
you
and
did get,
recently,
yeah,
what did you say?
you did get a little bit of an attitude with me when Brian was here, and I told the example of what happens in Iraq. That I think you a little bit. That's at least how I felt being in this conversation with you. You, how can I explain that? You got a little bit emotional about it. It's like you left your path for a few minutes, but then you got self-collected again.
Right. I
It's
guess
how
I'll
it.
have to play. I know it was about goats and gay boys, and yes. I can't remember what I said now. I don't think I was being particularly emotional, but I must have made some sort of point about um, how society behaves in a different way once you program their beliefs in a different way to do the opposite thing. It's a reward punishment idea. So if you make people believe that I'm going to be rewarded and punished for doing A and B, and then in another society I'm going to be rewarded for for and punished for doing minus A and minus B, for example, it'd be the complete opposite. So you would get a different kind of society. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I've been called all kinds of things lately, like self-important, obsessive, and things like that. But I guess it's
Oh, all the
interesting.
sweet things. Oh my goodness. So people say that on a panel to you in your face or in the chat room?
Well, sometimes in private messages. But I can take it. I can take criticism. Is what I'm saying. I can maybe ask people if they agree that I'm self-important, obsessive, and I think it's probably true. I suppose.
I think I criticized you a little bit today, but I think I did it in an amicable way.
Yes.
You didn't come across as being offended at all.
Well, I can't be offended. Well, I would try not to show it, even if I was. I suppose. Just because um, showing that you are offended in a way, gratifies a person who intentionally gives you offense. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Because sometimes,
Yes,
people might be intending to offend you, and they'd be pleased that you're offended. So you better not give it to them.
yes, and I didn't do that. I didn't say anything I said today wasn't to offend you, not at all, not once in 1 second. I was maybe sometimes provoking you a little bit, but not really. I think it's always you accept that it's more easy talk with me, right? And we still
Yes.
cover topics, but it was an easy talk because I'm just, and I said that to you before I jumped on the panel with you the first time. I'm just not able to express my thoughts in a proper way, talking in English. In German, I would be, we could talk on a different level, but you need to go down a level to reach my English skills.
Yeah, I mean, so much can be conveyed by how you say it, rather than what you say. Because I can say your
Yeah.
name in a nice way, or I can say it in a way that shows that I really hate you. So the tone is important. You can say fuck off or fuck off, or whatever, and it's a different feeling at all, completely, depending on how you say a
Of course it
word.
is.
That might
Of
be
course it
really offensive. Yeah.
The tone is important, but also if you want to say something, like how you say it. And that's why I sometimes get to the limit of my English skills. I maybe would say it differently if I could, but I couldn't. So I have to use the vocabularies I know and use the way I am able to express myself. But I would say some things differently in German, for sure. It's just a certain range I can pick off. But I think that's also if you're a native speaker, it depends on how able are you even to express your opinions, beliefs, your standpoint, how able are you to express your thoughts, right? In a appropriate way.
Yeah.
And
And I
many
think,
are not even able to do that in their own language, in their mother language. They just are not.
yeah, because I think, every word is an idea. So, in a way, we are kind of trying to explain our problems using words. And if we use words wrongly, then, our problems won't be accurately expressed. And this means that we will not get to the right solution. I know it makes it sound like algebra, but I guess that's what I'm trying to say. That using words accurately is important to getting a good result for whatever we're trying to say. And
Yes.
I mean, there's so many words that are deliberately confusing, and that's why Daniel drives me crazy. It's like,
Oh,
your idea is already confusing and you're using even more complicated language, and why do you think it's helpful? And he's just doing all the wrong things. And I suppose I get frustrated because I think it's like, if only you would just do this little thing and everything would turn out right for you, but you can't even listen. You can't even listen properly.
yes, but that is when you use all these big words and you have maybe looked them up and you want to use them now, but you are not used to use them. And then you start using them and you get people confused. Because just by using all these big words, it doesn't mean that your message become big. It's to use them in an adequate way. And
Yeah.
maybe sometimes two big words are, I call them big words, yeah. But two are enough for one sentence. It doesn't need to be seven. It doesn't make the message more important or bigger or special or, you know.
Yeah, and then you have to consider why they use these big words in the first place. And you think, unconsciously they're probably trying to say, I can use these big words. I'm a clever person, so you better respect me. Maybe that, and the person doesn't even know he's doing it. And the thing is, really, if you want to communicate a message, you gauge the intellect, or the person you're talking to. You have to calibrate the message to the person that you're talking to, because sometimes they could
Yeah.
be very clever, or they're or they're very slow or whatever. But if you want to talk to them properly, you will use a method that works best for that individual.
Yes, you need to pick the person up where he stands, where
Yeah,
the person stands.
yes, and Daniel doesn't do that. It's the same thing for everyone, and that's why he doesn't get the results he wants.
And then there he still needs to learn. I agree on that. He hasn't figured that out yet. He hasn't figured out that if that the message he wants to send only reaches the people if he sends the message in a way which makes it possible to get reached by the people.
Yes. Yes, and the thing about, bores is that they don't understand that, don't be boring or people just won't even listen to you, even when you're talking about something really important. And I see people with their, their ways of communicating, and it's like, somebody should have told you a long time ago not to be a bore, because, people just won't take you seriously.
But where did you learn to communicate in this way?
I guess I remember enjoying watching courtroom dramas, and then I listened to the radio a lot, to uh, debating programs, political discussions, that sort of thing. So I guess you pick up the lingo.
So you learn by listening to TV and radio?
Well,
And then
and
just
reading and
practicing?
well, you try it out with your friends, don't you? You talk about politics with people and see where it takes you, and then your friends are not enough, and they go online to feed your addiction or something.
They don't feed your addiction, is that what you just said?
No. I mean, if you for me, it wouldn't be enough for me to just talk about politics with people I know, because I would completely piss them off, right? Because I go on, and so I have to use other people, so to spread it out a bit more.
Which brought you here. And YouTube is just a great opportunity to speak to people from all over the world with different views and talk about stuff, right?
Yes. And I never thought that I would ever be a YouTuber, because it just sounded something so, I don't know, frivolous and intimidating, and I thought, well, I can say what I want to say quicker in a tweet or in a post. Just talking and spending so much time is just so time wasting. And then it's not just that, it's all about whether people like you as a personality, what they think of you, and and it's more than just some cold words on a tweet. So I guess if you want to propagate your message, you have to display all facets of your personality, in a variety of different ways.
Yes, and a tweet is just like a five-liner with a message, right? It's a headline. It's nothing else. So, no. The things you spend your thoughts on is far too complicated to get put in a five-liner. That's why I was surprised the other day when you said you were thinking about creating a Telegram room.
Well, Telegram is good for exchanges. You see, I mean, the whole point of Twitter is like, okay, you don't get very detailed. Well, actually, Twitter, I just love Twitter because you at least knew that somebody had read the whole of your tweet. They didn't just sort of get bored after the second page or anything like that. They did read the all the way to the end. So that was a nice thing about Twitter. And of course, you can have quite long discussions back and forth on Twitter, and it is about engagement, because you can be really boring and just talk like Daniel does, and nobody's really listening, and you're really doing it only for yourself. Or you want people to say yes, I agree, no, I don't, or can you explain. And that's when that's why you realize that when you have the dislike button, it's there for a purpose to also indicate engagement, that people cared enough about what you say to dislike it. But it's better
And
than not saying anything.
I just think, as I said earlier, even you and me being on this panel, and even if we would have our cameras on, there would still be a lack of the chemical vibes people have when they have a conversation face to face, right? But it's still our voices, so we are able to express ourselves, at least by explaining and elaborating on the stuff we want to say. But in a Telegram group or Twitter, or even seriously the TikTok, Instagram, and I don't know. I don't find, I may be too old school for that. I It's just not enough. This is like a telephone call. I feel like I'm on the telephone with you right now, and that's totally fine for me. But if we would talk in a Telegram group, that how much would be missed in our conversation, misunderstandings, and oh yeah, I didn't I put down this 5-liner in the Telegram group or on Twitter, but obviously there's so much more, but it was only a 5-liner, and you don't want to put 20 lines in a Telegram group. So it's just not for me, seriously, but that is just me.
Yeah,
I'm
I
too
mean, I
old,
haven't done it
old for
properly
that.
anyway. I mean, I'm kind of trying to develop it, but I've been on other people's Telegram groups, and I think they're really stupid. And maybe the reason why they're really stupid is because they have their fake names. And I think the more fake names you have, the more, nonsense you're going to get from people because they're not invested in what they say.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I understand YouTube or other platforms like that, but the new modern ways of communicating, I think it's a shame, actually. How if you look at the new generation, how they communicate, they meet, sit 5 of them sit together in a room, and they
And
sit
they play
on
with
their
their
phones.
phone. Yeah,
Yes.
it will be actually very bad for their relationships because they won't be able to read the visual and all the cues that you need to know when somebody's really mad at you. You don't know sometimes. So actually, yes, that's very bad, and you're kind of what's the word? You're wasting an opportunity when you go and meet somebody and then you play with your phone, and the other person also plays with his or her phone. Um, but and then you're missing out on all the stuff that you would get if you're properly engaging with the other person. And yeah, but anyway,
Yes,
I
and
like to
that,
think I don't do that. I do give them my full attention when I see them, when I see friends.
yes, I do too, but um I do see myself being in a conversation with a friend. She's sitting in front of me. We are having a coffee, and then I just grab my phone, and I'm on my phone because I got a WhatsApp message, or because I'm a little bit addicted to news. I just go without even knowing it that I'm doing it. I'm just opening an online newspaper and read a few of the headlines to see if there's something I missed, and that is
Oh, I
so
do that
stupid.
too.
Yeah, but that is not how it used to be, and that doesn't mean
Yeah.
paying full attention to the other person, right? In a
Well,
way,
it
it's
depends on what she's
disrespectful.
doing. If she's telling you that, her husband left her and blah, 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 and you're doing that, that would be terrible.
Yes, yes, but even in a normal conversation, when you just, chat about random stuff, no, you don't pay full attention when you. I don't even know that I'm doing it. I'm grabbing my phone, opening it, and checking my mails. I don't get a lot of important mails, so why do I do that? Because it's a stupid habit, and I do that in the middle of a conversation, like, or hanging out, just sitting there having coffee, and I do that, and I don't like that because I don't even know that I'm doing it, but it
Well,
happens.
yes. I mean, once I was at this house, sorry, this boat party, and it was the kind of party where most people didn't know each other, and I was in the main, I don't know, not deck, but anyway, when you come into the boat, you have to come down the stairs, and I was already at the bottom of the stairs, and I was kind of looking around to see who was there, and I saw a man come in. He obviously didn't know anybody at all, and so the moment he came in, he took out his phone to play with it because, and I thought, I know why you did that. You did that because you wanted to show that you weren't some sad person that who didn't know anybody in the room, right? I mean, it's a subconscious thing just to show people that, hey, I've got a phone. There are people who probably left messages for me. I could be somebody, that people call or something like that. I think that would be the instinctive, unconscious reason why he felt he had to do that. Because you could be another kind of person like, oh, I've come to a party, I don't know anyone, I better check them out, I better go and talk to them, not play with my phone, And
You
it
see,
kind of
looking back, I've been in situations like that, where I went to a party with a friend, and I didn't know anyone apart of my friend, and my friend got engaged in a conversation with whomever, and I sat on the sofa, sitting there, not knowing where to look, not knowing what to do, and thinking, I feel uncomfortable right now. And I'm a social person. I don't have problems to talk to people, but if you don't, it's a step, taking this step. So normally, what I did is I got up, walked into the kitchen, made myself a drink, and maybe started a conversation with a person who was making herself a drink as well. So there's that. But I remember these situations, and if I would have had a phone back then, sitting on that sofa and having this, oh my goodness, I feel I want to go home. I don't know anyone, and I just feel uncomfortable. Everybody's staring at me. No, they are not. They're just not seeing me. But what do I do? What do I do? Mm-hmm. Yes, I would have loved to have a phone in these situations back then. Yes, but I didn't.
But it's probably a good thing. So, you would kind of force yourself to get yourself, to talk to people rather than play with your phone or read your book or, something crazy like that. And I think, a lot of young people now, I think, are going to have a lot of relationship problems, and people are, full of mental health issues right now, because they don't know what's going to happen to them. And yeah, I used to think that mental health issues were sort of, when you're actually mad and seeing things that aren't there, but just normal anxiety could be a mental health issue. And people seem to be
But
suffering
the
more of
normal
that now.
point, that's a normal point of insecurity and anxiety. I think to a degree, it's not even paranoia. To a certain degree, it's normal, but not if you don't want to leave your house anymore or stuff like that, or don't want to interact with people anymore, because you don't trust anyone on this planet and think all people are bad. I don't
Yeah.
think that at all.
And I think, well, neurosis is something that, people do that doesn't make sense. And I think that there is a lot of that around, particularly when people don't give you, what should be a normal response. If they're relaxed, if they're interested, there is a way that a conversation could naturally develop, even if you didn't completely understand the other person, because the normal thing to do if you don't understand is to ask, but you find a lot of situations where people actually, they're afraid to ask a question, and then they get kind of told, they get pushed into a conclusion. Because I once saw a friend of mine who I think was buying a phone or something, and they have these complicated contracts that they want to sell to you, and he was had this very polished salesman, and who was just talking about these technical terms, and I knew he didn't really understand, but he wouldn't ask, you see. And it's sort of like, yeah, I think I know you don't want to ask because, the guy's Asian, and you don't want to feel that, the Asian knows more than you, and, that kind of thing. And that's the thing. There are, ways of dealing with situations, conversational situations, that you don't understand. But a lot of people are afraid of asking questions, and they kind of get pushed along a particular stream because they don't protest, and it's assumed that they agree because silence might signify assent, agreement. When
You see, and that is something I would say I've learned along the way of my own life by traveling and by being this human person, this social person. When I was out, I wasn't on the dance floor dancing. Yeah, I was when I had like too many beers. Then then you could find me on the dance floor, but I always preferred to be at the bar and just chat to people all my life. and I love to listen to people. And the key is understand people. I mean, we are all different, and who actually takes the time to really understand a person? So if I see a behavior and I think that's weird or that is strange, or I judge, yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
judge the behavior. I try not to do that because I know there are always reasons for that behavior, always, and the reasons lay in that person. And as long as I don't understand the person and the reasons, which you don't get the chance to in your daily life, to go, hey, can I have a very deep talk with you? Can I find out why you just behaved like that? The person wouldn't tell me and I wouldn't ask. But I do understand that there are always reasons for a behavior. And that's why I try not to judge. We are just all different and have our reasons for the way we are, the way we feel. Even if a person feels offended or gets aggressive or gets shy or whatever the emotional expression is, there's a reason for it. And if the situation doesn't allow to make me understand the reason behind the behavior or what I just have witnessed and find a little bit odd or weird or whatever, um, I don't judge. I just let it be and know there's a reason. The end. That's how I try to actually do it in life.
Yeah.
I'm a right or wrong person. I try not to be, I try not to label, I try not to think in the this is right, this is wrong term. That's what I try to do.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you need to take a step back in order to be able to observe properly, because if you interfere, then you get the person, reacting in a way, that maybe you don't want them to. Um, and sometimes if you just observe a bit longer, you will get the answer to your question, you know.
Yes, and if you have the time and the atmosphere is right and the situation is right, I love to talk to people and understand people and listen to their story and I just do. I like that. I've always liked that. Always.
Yes, yeah. Well, I think we share that interest. I think people are fascinating, you know,
Mm-hmm.
because quite often they don't understand themselves, and then you think, oh, I know why you're like that, or whatever. Um, because I'm sure that there were times when, um, well, I think we've all been read, and somebody older than us usually says, I know why you did that. I know what you're thinking, and it's all a bit annoying, but you know.
You don't hear me say that a lot, to be honest. Because I don't really know why people do what they do. But when they are, I think you underestimate people there. I know what you are saying. Some people are really very superficial and not connected to their inside world at all. But most people are. Some people are just not used to put that into words because they don't get asked certain questions. So what I heard a lot was, nobody ever asked me that. Or
Yes.
oh, I have never explained that to a person. Give me a second so I can put my thoughts into words, right?
Hmm.
Stuff like
Hmm.
that. And then that's when it gets interesting, really. That's what I think.
Yes. And really, if people listened a bit more, they will understand a lot quicker, I think. But I think, there's always this competition. It's like, I want, in order to assert my status, you need to listen to me. That there's this kind of one-upmanship in many relationships, I think. And then, sometimes you forget to ask after the other person, you know.
I think that's uninteresting. That's unattractive as well, if a person thinks like that. Um, it's about being real. And the thing is, when can we afford to be really real anymore? Because being real and the way you really are makes you ruinable. And everybody has a problem in a way to, well, we just want to be ourselves, but we can't, because that means we are vulnerable, and it depends on where you are and with whom you are, by whom you are surrounded. How often can you be real?
You
Like
mean
really
speaking
real?
frankly? Speaking frankly, is that what you mean when you say real?
No. When I mean real is, or what I mean by that is, I don't mean hold back with your opinions or stuff like that, but you know, the superficial world, like this. Oh, how are you? Oh, I'm great. I'm great. Thank you. How are you? Oh, yeah, I'm great too. I like your shoes. I like your handbag. You know, these kind of conversations I avoid. I try not to have these kind of conversations in my life because they mean nothing. So if I ask a person, if I would ask you, how are you today? I mean, how are you for real? Like, how do you feel? I don't expect you to give me a real answer because we don't know each other. So you wouldn't say, oh, how much time do you have, Diana? I would like to tell you actually everything. No, you wouldn't do that. But um yeah. So, but you know what I mean. So to get asked that question, hey, how are you today? And you feel that the atmosphere is like, oh, this person is really interested. So I don't say, oh, I'm great. I've never had a better day than today. No, you say, actually, I don't feel that good. I didn't sleep well. I had these and these thoughts, and this is worrying me, blah, blah, blah. Because who wants to hear that? A part of your friends? Nobody. And some people don't have these kind of friends where they, or don't have these kind of situations where they can just be themselves. No, that's what I mean, being themselves. And don't have to pretend to be like, oh, have you seen my new car? That shows you my life is great. Okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess I just sort of go with whatever the person wants to talk about because it's like yeah, it's a philosophical question almost. If you ask me how I am, then it really upsets me. It's like because I have to think so much about how I really am and how I feel about it, and anyway, you don't really care. You know that when sometimes people pop up on Facebook, they're trying to be friendly. And they hi, how are you? And I said, who the fuck are you? I'm not going to tell you how I am. And really when people do that to me on Facebook, I prefer them to just cut straight to the chase and ask me the thing that they wanted me to do, or at least say something that shows that they, uh, or say something that makes me want to respond to them.
Yes, but that's just a rhetorical question. Rhetorische Frage, rhetorical question. If you ask a question and you are not really interested in the answer,
Yeah.
so
uh,
let's rather pick a topic and we can talk about the topic, even if it's the weather or climate change or
yes,
whatever it
yes,
is, right? But how I
yes.
slept last night and how I felt this morning when I got up, how many people know that really? It's a handful, even less sometimes. It depends. So, and some people don't even have anyone they can tell who they really feel and who they are in that
Yeah.
moment.
These cold callers, they always do that. They call you, hi, how are you? And I thought, who the fuck are you? Why'd you go? But then I thought it must work for quite a lot of them because there might be some lonely person who would be only too happy that some complete stranger told them how they were.
I
But
think
usually,
in English, it's very common to say, "Hi, Claire, how are you?" And you go, "Hi, I'm good. How are you today, Diana?" "Oh, I'm good too." "Okay, let's talk." It's
Mhm.
just this small talk, this nonsense, meaningless, time wasting small talk, which doesn't mean anything to you or me. It's just a waste of time because it's like meaningless words. I don't like that. I never
Mm.
did.
Well, I suppose it's with people who aren't comfortable with each other. That's why people do this small talk because they don't know what's safe to discuss. I mean, there was time when people say, on the matter, with strangers, it is only safe to speak about the weather and your health. Never volunteer your political opinion because they'll get upset at you. That kind of thing. It's a sort of contextual thing, isn't it? I mean, it's not safe to volunteer your political opinions unless you already know the person is likely not to take offense, or unless you want to give offense, at a rally or something. But Speaker's Corner is great for this sort of thing, talking to complete strangers about your political views.
Yes, so you rather speak about something else to hope that this person will talk to you again. So you keep it to a limit and go, okay, it's 5 minutes political talk, and then I will listen to his 20-minute talk about his bad knee.
Well, I suppose for me, I would just listen to whatever they want to talk about. That's the easiest thing, unless I do, have a particular thing I want to say to them.
You see, and I get pretty intolerant the older I get. So I see that with my mom, actually, where I have to be respectful. And then it's like, oh, okay, tell me about the neighbor then. What has she said yesterday in the 2-hour conversation you had with her, And I'm really not interested. And I'm listening to all this neighborhood gossip, which surrounds my mom's life. And I'm like, oh, really? I'd rather go on YouTube and talk to Claire.
I would love to hear about your mother's neighbor gossip.
No,
Because
trust me, you don't. You don't. Everybody has their limits. And trust me. My mother's neighborhood gossip is torture.
Right.
Especially this new neighbor who moved in 2 years ago. Oh, he's a drama, I'm telling you. I will tell you.
Well, tell me
for
about
2
your
hours.
mother's neighbor who's such a drama
No,
queen then. We all want to hear now.
I don't even want to think about it. I'm sure I will get a new story about it tomorrow. Because he parks his car in front of my mom's house. Can you imagine? I mean, seriously, she comes back from shopping and then he parked his car where she normally parks her car. I mean, that's scandalous. I mean, does she take him to court straight away? Does she
She
walk
could
over
key
there and
his
talk to
car. She
him?
could key his car.
Ring the police? Pardon?
Key his car. Key his car.
Aha. There are many options. She could also go and pass the car with a key and do a little.
That's what I meant. Yes.
Yeah, many options. So
well, she could put a post-it note.
Don't park in my way.
Yes.
Yeah, she could do that. Don't park here again, or your windshield will get broken.
Yes. This is
whatever.
Yes, this is the third time this week. I don't know. He'll get the message about without violence. I think
Yes,
this is the
she
third
could do
time,
that.
5th time, 15th time. Whatever. And you don't need direct confrontation either.
I wonder
Just
if my mom writes it down. Actually, I will ask her tomorrow if she has a list where she puts Monday, Tuesday, Friday. I wonder. But you see, the world of people, the problems of people can be so differently. So,
well, I like to think I can solve people's problems.
not this one. This can only be solved by courts. It's like so many YouTube problems can only be solved by taking it offline and then go to the police station and say, there's this person online, he's really mean, and I want you to stop him. I mean, that's what people do as well, right?
Really, on YouTube?
Oh, don't tell me you don't know that.
Well, touch wood, I haven't got anything. Well, I haven't got the cops calling me about what I said on YouTube.
Not
But
by
I
what you have
have.
said, but when you harass people or people feel harassed by you, they take that offline. They do that. So, yeah.
Oh,
But I
have
don't,
you encountered
yeah.
that sort of behavior?
Oh, holy shit, no. I don't want anything to do with any of this shit. But I've seen it. I've seen people doing it. But I don't want anything to do with that. Not at all. Holy shit, no. Not me. But people have done it with consequences as well. So, but these people, if people come here in your shed and they just say, if they want to say bad things about you, that's where it stops. They don't come to your house, knock at your door, and or throw rocks at your window, or destroy your car, or ring your workplace and say this woman is crazy, these kind of things. They don't do that to you. They haven't done that to me, but maybe only because I live in Germany. So it's not so easy for them to find me here and do something offline to me. But I was in situations where that could have happened. Yeah. When I said, I think kids died at Sandy Hook's, or yes, the Holocaust did happen, or people died at the Las Vegas shooting for real, and people got really mad because I have that opinion, and they started a war over this opinion. Oh, yeah.
That's so crazy.
But it happens on here. And I will,
Right.
it's not, I only state my opinion, and then people feel like, I don't know,
They have
they
to
feel
punish
like,
you for it.
yes. Or even my liberal views. When I say, I don't mind gay people, I don't care, whatever makes you happy. That's what I feel in my heart. I have no problem to say that in real life, and I've never had a negative comeback to it, never. But on here, yes, I say that, and people attack me badly, like really bad, and get personal, right? They don't know me at all. It's just a stupid opinion. It's just I'm a nobody. I'm just a person with an opinion.
Well, Tiffany says she gets the same treatment too. You
Mm-hmm.
know each other, don't you? Do you know
Yeah,
each
but we
other?
only know each other from panels, and she's a different. She's different to me. She's different to me. I actually like her, but I don't. I only involve myself to a certain degree, and she goes maybe a little bit further. So, yeah, but I don't want to. I don't want to say anything bad about her. I like her. The end.
So
So
do I.
I don't care what people say, and I have the right to like a person, and I don't need to defend myself, right? I like you, Claire.
I
I
like
like.
you
I
too,
like
Diana.
to talk to you, right? And I don't care what people say about you, not at all. And do you think you seem to trigger insecure females? Have you been in the situation where you think you triggered insecure females? I
I
think you
don't think
trigger
so.
insecure men. But insecure
Yeah,
men?
there's so few women around anyway, so I don't know. I don't think I've triggered any women because I meet so few of them around here. And they don't seem to want to interact with me much. I think most of my subscribers are male. So
Is that how it is?
yeah, I think politics is mainly male. Women don't like talking about this sort of thing.
Oh, I think you said that to me before when I was on here first. And the first time we did actually talk about politics, you said that. You said there are not a lot of females you have met which are able to talk about politics, although I'm not a political person, really.
Well, you keep saying that, but your knowledge is quite extensive about the political system and its operation. Um, And but you know, I have girlfriends who are not interested, so I can't talk about it to them. So you know, I'd have to just listen to whatever they want to talk about, which is fine. You know, I get to know a different um, aspect of life, and what they do. So
May
you
I
know,
ask you, the people you are surrounded in real life? It's again a personal question. If just laugh it off if you don't want to answer it. The people you are surrounded by, is it people which were born and raised in England, or is it more people with different life stories from different countries and so on? You know what I mean?
are most of my friends white? Yes, they are, but they're
Oh
not
no, I
all.
did no. I didn't even think that, and I wasn't even thinking that. I was asking you if they are born and raised in England, which doesn't mean they are white, but they are. Yeah. So most of your friends are born and raised in England.
Um, they're mostly white, but not necessarily born and raised in England. But yeah, it's been quite a long
Yeah, but
time.
I ask you in particular because I didn't want to talk about skin color. I wanted to know if they come from different cultures and maybe decided to live in England, or if they are just, I need to be so careful on your channel. How do I put that now? Um, like normal, born, raised in England, always been English, you know?
Well, I have a combination of people. I mean, I guess I know different types of English people. I've known, ones who've been raised abroad and come to live here. That bred, I met those who were born and bred in here. I guess I know a wide range of them.
You see, my old friends are the Germans, which, like me, were born and raised here. But I can tell after I have done all my travels with my backpack, um, it did change me a little bit. So now, without knowing, the people I find interesting, they don't have a standard um, biography, I would say.
Hmm.
So a couple of years ago, um, I, I just there was a woman. We both of our kids were in the same age, really young, and I just found her interesting, and I didn't know her, so I started talking to her. She started talking to me. She invited me for coffee. We are friends now, but she's half Iran. I didn't know
Hmm.
she doesn't look. She doesn't look Iran. Like coming, but I didn't know she lived in Iran until she was 14. I didn't know that at all. She's
Hmm.
married to a German. They have 4 kids, but I didn't know. And there are many other examples where I feel I like to meet interesting people, which have
Hmm.
I don't which are interesting, and it just happens now that they all have this. Yeah, the new people in my life in the last century, I would say, are all coming from. Not all of them though, but a lot have an interesting biography, I would say.
Hmm. Yeah, I like to think my friends are interesting, but I don't think my friends would get along with each other most of the time. That's the thing, you know. They
They don't get along.
I sort of think that most of my friends would not get along with each other just because they come from such a different background. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, I'm absolutely the same, but I've always had that problem because I was never sticking to one peer group. So when I grew up, I was always part of different peer groups because I was friends with a couple of people in that group and a couple of people in that group, but they didn't necessarily like each other, and or I was. I introduced so many people to each other, which became a couple, and then they split up, and I'm still friends with both of them. So I hate my birthdays. I just hate my birthdays because they don't, all my old friends don't like each other because they have a history together.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
and they fall out with each other or whatever it is. So I don't like my birthdays.
Because what, a couple, only one of the couple would come, is that what you're saying? Or they both come and then they kind of, are hostile towards each other or something?
I don't even do that. I don't even celebrate my birthday like that. I don't invite all of them. I just don't do that because it's no fun. So two of my very good friends, they used to be friends, and they actually introduced one of my friends I've known since I was 14. And I moved into the town where she moved away, and I moved to that town, and she introduced me to one of her good friends. So we became good friends. But they fell out with each other 15 years ago, and they don't want to see each other. They don't care about each other. But I see still both of them. Sometimes one of my friends rings me and says, "Oh, I've just spoken to Jessica." "Oh, have you?" Like I hate that. So no, I don't do it. I talk to all these people, I see all these people, but I separate them. And the new group of people I have, this is the moms and the girls I hang out with. Like, I just was at one house today for coffee, and another woman came. Another woman wanted to come as well, like the fourth person, but her kid got exposed yesterday, so she didn't come today. But this group is totally different people. Totally, they just are in my neighborhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all my friends, my old friends, they I don't think they match, to be honest. So yeah, no, I separate them. Maybe like you
Yes.
do. They come from
Yeah.
different backgrounds, so that's just how it is.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I've had that for centuries now, so I'm not bothered.
Yes, it says something about your, what the kind of friends you have, and if they're too different, I guess they wouldn't get on with each other. Yeah, I'm proud of that. I would like to think, I'd only know people of my own class and race and religion or whatever, But it's nice to be part of a group. But these groups don't last for very long anyway, as you say.
No, I've just never entertained these groups. I went on their parties when I was younger, but I'm just not a group person because I'm so intolerant when it comes to idiots. So if these 7 people meet because they are a group and I only like 2 of them, and 2 of them I find boring, and the other 2 I think they are idiots, and the other 2 I absolutely can't stand, I don't go. I'd only meet them 2 people. It's just, and the older I get, the more I'm like that. It's just how it is. I don't want to waste my time with people where I can't be myself, right? Where I have to
Yes.
go, yes, we are a group of 7. I don't want to be awkward. So I talk to all of you guys, but I don't really want to do that. So why would I go there? I don't.
Yeah. Huh.
Oh, it's getting late. It's 11.
Gosh,
I
yes,
wanted to jump off an hour ago, I think. So I will
I
jump
know.
off now.
All right. All right. It's been a lot of fun. I'm glad we talked about other things other than politics. So we show our range and the full expression of our personality. And
Oh, yeah. I learned a lot about you today.
oh, really? What did you learn about me? I'm not 10.
I now have this when you had your liberal times, I now think about you like this super wild chick, getting drunk and taking all these boys home and being this wild lady, and now being the opposite.
A wild child. Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
Well,
I'm not. Yes, yes, yes. Maybe I
that's
did have a
life.
few adventures.
Yeah. We should have. We only live once. Nobody has come back and told me it's different.
Exactly.
Okay, Claire, have a good night. It's 10 o'clock over there. It's 11 here.
Yes.
So it's bedtime for me.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana, for a lovely
Yeah,
chat.
for having me.
Yes. And sleep well, and hopefully speak to you again before too long.
Oh, I think so. That will happen. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
You too. Good night.